He rose from a small island to command empires, rewrite Europe's borders, and haunt the dreams of kings. But behind the battles and the bronze statues was a man, flawed, brilliant, restless. Tonight, we gently unfold the entire story of Napoleon Bonaparte. From his quiet beginnings in Corsica to the icy fall at Waterloo, discover how ambition, strategy, and solitude shaped one of history's most unforgettable lives, all in the calm of the night. If grand lives told softly help settle your thoughts, you're in the right place. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to follow more legendary journeys whispered quietly through time, one sleepy chapter at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time? Is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. Close your eyes and let the sounds of the Mediterranean Sea carry you back to the year 1769. Waves gently crash against the rocky Corsican shore, their rhythmic hush mingling with the chirps of cicadas in the trees and the distant bleating of goats on the hillside. The scent of salt and sun-warmed olive trees lingers in the air, and in the sleepy town of Ajaccio, under the faded stone walls and clay roofs, a baby is born, one whose name would one day echo across Europe like the clash of cannons. Napoleon Bonaparte. Yes, Bonaparte, before it was softened to Bonaparte, entered the world on August 15, 1769. His mother, Letizia Ramolino, was only 19 years old, strong of will and already shaped by a life of hardship. His father, Carlo Bonaparte, was an ambitious man, educated in law with his gaze set firmly on social mobility. At the time of Napoleon's birth, Corsica was still trembling from the shock of French conquest. Just months earlier, the island had been sold by the Republic of Genoa to France, and many Corsicans still considered themselves under occupation rather than French rule. Napoleon, the second surviving son in a family of 13 children, of whom only 8 lived past infancy, was born into a complex world of identity, struggle, and conflicting loyalties. His father had served under the Corsican revolutionary Pasquale Paoli, who fought fiercely for independence from foreign rule. But after Paoli's defeat, Carlo quickly aligned with the French administration, securing favor and opportunity, including the future of his children. Ajaccio was no grand capital. It was a modest town of fishermen, farmers, and traders, its streets narrow, its stone buildings weathered by salt and wind. The Bonapartes lived in a house that was sizable by local standards, but far from luxurious. They were technically minor nobles, a title inherited from distant Italian ancestry. But in reality, they had little money. What they did have was pride, education, and a stubborn belief in self-worth. Letizia, a deeply religious woman, raised her children with strict discipline and personal resilience. She had survived war, personal loss, and political upheaval. She ran the household like a ship in stormy waters, efficiently, firmly, and with a quiet strength that deeply influenced young Napoleon. He would later credit her with his ability to endure hardship and to push forward when others might falter. Napoleon's early years were marked by both warmth and want. Corsica was a rugged island, and life here was far from the elegance of French salons or imperial courts. The days were long and filled with simple routines, fetching water from the well, tending to small family plots, feeding animals. Children played with sticks in the dusty streets, their laughter echoing between the houses. But even in this simplicity, young Napoleon stood apart. He was a serious child, intense and often withdrawn. Unlike his siblings, he wasn't easily swayed by games or group antics. He preferred solitude, books and long walks into the hills. He studied ancient Roman heroes, Corsican legends, and the Bible. He admired Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great, but also revered Pasquale Paoli, the Corsican rebel leader. That admiration, however, would later evolve into complex ambivalence as Napoleon's own path pulled him away from Corsican nationalism and toward power within France, though Corsican Napoleon was raised in a home that increasingly leaned toward French culture, out of both necessity and strategy. Carlo Bonaparte, seeing opportunity in France's dominance, sought to integrate his family into the new ruling structure. He used his legal knowledge and noble status to petition the French crown and eventually succeeded in gaining access to the privileges reserved for nobility, including scholarships for his sons to attend prestigious schools on the mainland. In 1779, when Napoleon was just 9 years old, he was accepted into a French military preparatory school at Brienne-le-Château. For a boy who had never left Corsica, who spoke French poorly and with a thick accent, the journey would be life-altering. Imagine the scene: a wooden ship rocking gently in the Mediterranean waters, carrying young Napoleon away from his island home. Letizia, stoic as always, would have stood on the dock, her lips pressed into a thin line, her hand clutching a rosary as she watched her son sail away. The boy stood silently at the rail, the salt wind in his dark hair, his sharp eyes fixed on the horizon. He was small for his age, thin and pale, but already determined. The journey to France was not only a physical crossing, but a symbolic one. Napoleon was leaving behind the familiarity of home, the smell of baking bread in Ajacsio's narrow alleys, the roar of goats on the hillside, the soft Corsican lullabies his mother sang at dusk, and stepping into a world of cold formality, rigid discipline, and foreign customs. Brienne was not welcoming. It was filled with sons of the French elite, polished, confident, and quick to mock the provincial Corsican boy with his strange name, stiff accent, and awkward clothes. Napoleon was teased mercilessly. He was called the Little Corporal, not as a title of respect, but as a joke about his low status. He was isolated, often bullied, and forced to eat alone. But Napoleon was not broken. He buried the insults, the loneliness, and the biting cold deep within him, and turned instead to books, to mathematics, to history, and strategy. He showed an early talent for precise calculation and was fascinated by the lives of military commanders. In his essays, he wrote passionately about Corsican independence. In class debates, he defended Paoli and criticized French colonial rule. Yet, paradoxically, he also began to excel in the very system he despised. He learned to speak better French, to write with elegance, and to command attention through sheer intellect. At night, he would often lie in his narrow bed, the straw mattress, poking at his back, and stare at the low ceiling above him. Outside, snow would fall gently on the fields beyond the academy walls, muffling the world into silence. Inside, the faint glow of candlelight flickered against the stone, and Napoleon would whisper to himself the names of battles and generals, planning imaginary campaigns in the shadows of his mind. In letters home, he rarely complained. He told his mother he was doing well, that he was studying hard, that he would make her proud. But buried in those letters was a quiet hunger, not for food or comfort, but for recognition. He longed not just to rise, but to rise above, to command respect from those who dismissed him. He studied tirelessly. He walked alone. He plotted in silence. Even as a boy, Napoleon understood that greatness was not given. It was seized. He remained at Brienne for 5 years. Over time, he began to stand out, not for charm, but for brilliance. Teachers noted his exceptional memory, his grasp of artillery mathematics, and his unwavering focus. In 1784, he was selected to attend the prestigious École Militaire in Paris, one of the youngest ever to do so. It was there, in the grand city of light and revolution, that he would finish his training and receive his first commission as a second lieutenant. But before we reach that moment, let us pause and reflect. Napoleon's early life was not one of privilege or praise. It was a life of silence, of books, of hardship and isolation. He did not emerge from nobility's golden halls, but from a small stone house in a contested land. He was not bathed in glory, but shaped by rejection. And yet, even in those cold winters of Brienne, something burned quietly inside him. A fire that neither snow nor scorn could extinguish. So tonight, as you lie in stillness and drift towards sleep, consider this. How does a boy, mocked and alone in the dormitories of a foreign land, become a man who commands armies and rewrites the map of Europe? Let us return now to France in the mid-1780s. The world outside was changing, even if few within the École Militaire could yet see it. Paris was alive with tension. The city buzzed with quiet dissent and whispered complaints against the monarchy. The price of bread was rising, the weight of taxes crushing, and murmurs of revolution stirred in wine shops and drawing rooms. But for Napoleon Bonaparte, the world had already changed. He was no longer a boy watching ships leave Corsica. He was a cadet, a young man of 17 in the Royal Army's elite school, navigating a place that would become both a crucible and a cage. Napoleon had entered the École Militaire in 1784, the only Corsican among the French-born sons of nobility. His father, Carlo, had died just months before of stomach cancer, leaving the family in financial strain. This added a quiet pressure to Napoleon's shoulders. He would not only need to succeed for himself, but for the name and dignity of the entire Bonaparte line. Letizia, now widowed, was left to raise the rest of her children on meager resources, and young Napoleon knew it. His letters home became more frequent, more thoughtful, and more burdened. The school itself was imposing. Located in the heart of Paris, it had been founded by Louis XV to train the sons of impoverished nobles for military command. The buildings were large and austere, made of grey stone, their windows tall and cold. Inside, the days were long and rigidly scheduled. Students rose before dawn, their rooms cold, their uniforms stiff. Meals were plain, often just bread, cheese, and weak soup, and the hours between were filled with drills, lectures, and physical labor. Napoleon excelled, but he did not fit in. He remained aloof, often scorned for his Corsican origin, his accent, and his introverted nature. The sons of French aristocrats saw in him something foreign and strange. But Napoleon, by now, had learned how to wear his isolation like armor. He dove into study with even more intensity. Mathematics, artillery, science, and history became his obsessions. He developed a love for precision, for logic, and for classical strategy. He studied Caesar and Frederick the Great, dissecting their movements, analyzing their decisions. To his instructors, he was quiet but brilliant, methodical, driven, and slightly cold. He finished the program in just 1 year, an impressive feat, graduating as a second lieutenant in the artillery at the age of 16. His first posting was to the Lafayette Artillery Regiment, stationed in Valence. But life outside the academy walls proved just as difficult. He had no wealth, no patron, and no social standing. Among his fellow officers, many of whom came from powerful families, he was once again the outsider. In Valence, Napoleon rented a small room in a boarding house. He lived frugally, spending much of his pay on books and paper. He wrote constantly letters, essays, and reflections on politics, history, and military reform. He also began to write fiction and philosophical commentary, including a short novel titled Clisson et Eugénie, a tragic tale of love and war that revealed glimpses of his inner emotional life, a side he rarely showed in public. He also started to shape his views on society and government. Deeply influenced by the Enlightenment, he read Rousseau, Voltaire, and Montesquieu. He was particularly drawn to Rousseau's ideas of merit over birthright, of virtue through discipline, and of the corrupting influence of luxury. These ideas would later shape his policies and justify his own meteoric rise as a self-made emperor. But Napoleon was also deeply Corsican at heart. Even as he wore the French uniform, he continued to write letters to Corsican leaders. He admired Paoli still, though their relationship would eventually turn sour. At this time, Napoleon still envisioned a future for himself as a leader in Corsican politics. France was merely a vehicle, a necessary platform. Corsica, with its rough hills and rebellious spirit, still called to him. While stationed in Auxonne and later Valence, Napoleon began spending more time observing human behavior. He visited libraries, watched public debates, and observed how officers commanded respect or lost it. He analyzed not just battlefields, but people. He understood that war was won not only by tactics, but by psychology. A general needed to inspire, to manipulate morale, to bend perception in his favor. He also spent time in cafes listening to local grievances. The anger of the common people, their sense of injustice, stayed with him. Though he would one day rule with iron will, Napoleon never forgot the volatility of crowds or the power of symbols. During this period, his Corsican dreams began to fade. He returned home for a time, hoping to engage in Corsican politics and to serve under Paoli. But tensions quickly rose between the old revolutionary and the ambitious young officer. Paoli distrusted Napoleon's French commission, while Napoleon found Paoli increasingly out of touch with the times. Their falling out was bitter, and it drove Napoleon to embrace France fully. Corsica had rejected him. France, however flawed, offered opportunity. This marked a turning point. In abandoning his dream of Corsican independence, Napoleon freed himself from regional loyalty and stepped into the realm of national and soon imperial ambition. By 1789, as the first winds of revolution stirred across France, Napoleon was watching closely. He had returned to the mainland and was serving as a lieutenant, frustrated by the slow pace of promotion and the prejudices of the aristocracy. Yet now the very foundations of that aristocracy were beginning to shake. The Bastille fell, the National Assembly rose, and the streets of Paris surged with anger and hope. Napoleon, never one for idle observation, began to write feverishly. In one essay, he mocked the monarchy's failures. In another, he argued for radical social reform. Though still a minor officer, he was beginning to find his voice as a political thinker. His letters during this time show a man both impatient and calculating. He wanted command, he wanted action, and above all, he wanted to be useful in a time of chaos. The revolution, for many officers, was a death knell. Aristocrats fled, officers resigned or were purged, but for someone like Napoleon, poor, brilliant, and without connections, it was an opening. The old rules were gone. A new order was emerging, one that rewarded ability over lineage. He sensed it immediately. In 1792, with France at war and the monarchy teetering, Napoleon returned to active duty. He was promoted to captain. His regiment moved south to Toulon, where royalist forces had seized the city with the help of British ships. France was in crisis. The revolutionary government was desperate for results. Napoleon offered a bold plan: retake the city by capturing the heights above the harbour and turning artillery fire upon the British fleet. His plan was adopted. It worked. The British withdrew, Toulon fell, and suddenly the obscure Corsican artillery officer became a name, known in Paris. It was a moment born of study, of discipline, and of opportunity. He had waited for his moment and seized it without hesitation. But before Toulon, before the revolution, before glory, there was the long silence of lonely nights at École Militaire, the cold bunks and strict schedules, the silent observations in Valence, and the rejection from Corsican leaders he once idolized. His ambition had not begun with cannons or crowns. It had begun in classrooms, in cheap rented rooms, and in long solitary walks through narrow streets with a notebook in his coat. Napoleon had not been born a hero. He had made himself one, brick by brick, step by step, in obscurity. As you let your breath slow and your mind relax, think of this. What is it that shapes greatness? The place we are born, the hardships we endure, or the choices we make when the world is not watching? As the sun sets over the Mediterranean once more, we return to 1793, a year of fire and revolution. France was burning from within. The monarchy had fallen. The guillotine had become a symbol of justice and terror. Enemies circled from all sides. Monarchies abroad, royalists at home, rebels from every corner of the Republic. In this chaos, a 24-year-old artillery captain named Napoleon Bonaparte stood on the edge of history. He was not yet famous, not yet feared, but he was ready. Sharpened by hardship, hardened by isolation, and hungry for his first true test. The siege of Toulon was no ordinary battle. Royalists, supported by British naval power, had seized the port city in southern France. It was a catastrophic blow. Toulon was one of the French Navy's most important harbours, and the revolutionary government was desperate to reclaim it. Dozens of officers were dispatched, but confusion reigned. Commanders argued, plans failed, the city remained out of reach. Enter Napoleon. Though young and unproven, he had already made a name for himself as a precise and fearless artillery officer. When he arrived at Toulon, he immediately surveyed the landscape, the hills, the batteries, the enemy positions. He proposed a plan that no one else had seen. Take the heights above the city, place artillery there, and use it to bombard both the British fleet and the Royalist fortifications. It was daring, mathematical, and devastatingly effective. Napoleon's plan was accepted, and then nearly rejected by generals who felt threatened by his confidence. But, in the end, it was the only strategy that showed results. Night by night, under enemy fire, he and his men hauled cannons up muddy slopes. He positioned artillery with ruthless efficiency, targeting key ships and ammunition stores. Each explosion sent tremors through the city, weakening the Royalist defense and unnerving the British. And then came the turning point. On a cold December night, Napoleon personally led a charge to capture a key fortification, Fort Mulgrave, known as Little Gibraltar. He was wounded in the leg by a bayonet, but pressed on. His men captured the fort, and within days, the British ships retreated from the harbour. Toulon was taken. This victory was more than a military achievement. It was a revelation. Newspapers in Paris printed his name. Revolutionary leaders, including Robespierre's younger brother, praised him as a rising star. He was promoted to brigadier general, a meteoric rise for a man of his age and background. He had gone from obscure artillery officer to national hero almost overnight, And yet behind this glory was a different kind of pain, one far older than any cannon fire. That same year, Napoleon returned to Corsica. His heart still carried the island, even as France began to embrace him. He hoped to reunite with Pasquale Paoli, the revered leader of Corsican resistance, and the man Napoleon had idolized since childhood. Though they had clashed before, Napoleon believed there was still common ground. He wrote to Paoli, pledging his loyalty and offering his service in Corsican affairs. But the reunion was bitter. Paoli, now aging and deeply suspicious, saw Napoleon as a traitor, a Corsican who had joined the French army and now served the revolutionary government. He refused to support Napoleon's plans to drive British influence from the island. In fact, he denounced him publicly. And soon the Bonaparte family was declared enemies of the Corsican nationalist cause. It was more than rejection, it was betrayal. The dream of a Corsican-led republic, the legacy of freedom Napoleon had once cherished, was shattered. Paoli, the man he had revered, had turned his back, and Corsica, the island he had always longed to serve, now saw him as a foreigner. In June 1793, the Bonaparte family was forced to flee Corsica. Their home in Ajaccio was ransacked, their names smeared. They boarded a ship under the cover of night, crossing once again to the French mainland, but this time as refugees exiled from their own land. Imagine that voyage, Letizia, dignified even in flight, clutching her youngest children close, Joseph, the eldest son, silent with fury, and Napoleon, standing alone on the deck, watching the Corsican coastline disappear into the mist. The island he had loved, fought for, dreamed of, was lost. Forever. He was not yet an emperor. He was not yet a legend. But in that moment, something inside him changed permanently. The Corsican dream had died, and in its place a new ambition stirred, colder, broader, and far more dangerous. From that moment on, Napoleon would belong to no land but power itself. His loyalty to France became strategic, not sentimental. His understanding of identity evolved. He no longer saw himself as a Corsican trying to rise in France. He now saw himself as a man above borders, someone born to rule, not to belong. The next few years would confirm this shift. He returned to France and was quickly embroiled in the chaos of the revolution. Robespierre's fall nearly cost him his career. He was briefly arrested and suspected of being a Jacobin sympathizer. But as always, he remained calm, focused, and adaptive. He survived the political purge, keeping his head down while others lost theirs. In 1795, opportunity knocked again, this time in Paris. Royalists had risen in revolt, and the streets teemed with armed mobs marching toward the National Convention. The government needed protection, urgently. One name was whispered in the corridors: Bonaparte. Napoleon arrived, surveyed the streets, and ordered a whiff of grape shot, canister shot, fired into the crowd by his artillery. The rebellion was crushed in moments. It was brutal, efficient, and terrifying. Once again, Napoleon had turned chaos into victory, and once again, the reward came swiftly: command of the army of Italy. He was 26. Let us now pause and look back. How did we arrive here? A boy born in a conquered island. A teenager mocked in military school. A young man rejected by his hero. A refugee from his homeland. And yet, through discipline, study, and sheer will, he had become a general. The seeds had been planted in Corsican hills, watered by the rejection at Brienne, and hardened in the fire of Toulon. With each disappointment, he had grown stronger. Not in heart, perhaps, but in purpose. And as you lie in bed tonight, letting the weight of history settle gently over your thoughts, ask yourself this: is greatness born from love, or from the ashes of lost dreams? As France stood at the edge of transformation, the ground beneath every citizen's feet seemed to shift. The year was 1789, and the old order, the Ancien Régime, was crumbling, not with the roar of battle just yet, but with the slow, grinding collapse of centuries-old tradition. Louis XVI still sat on the throne, but the people were rising. The Estates General had been summoned. The Bastille would soon fall. Bread was scarce, taxes unbearable, and whispers of liberté echoed louder with each passing month. This was the beginning of one of the most chaotic and defining periods in European history, the French Revolution. And as the gears of revolution began to turn, a young Corsican artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte was watching, waiting, and writing. At the time, Napoleon was not a major player. He was stationed in Auxonne, far from the political furnace of Paris. But he was not idle. He wrote political essays, philosophical musings, and reflections on the revolution's ideals. He admired Rousseau's call for social contract and meritocracy, and deeply sympathized with the revolutionaries' desire to tear down privilege and build a society based on ability. It was, after all, the very door he had needed opened his entire life. Still, he was careful. The revolution was not a single movement. It was a cascade of factions, betrayals, and shifting alliances. Napoleon was no idealist. He believed in order, in hierarchy, and in using change to build rather than destroy. So while he supported the idea of merit and reform, he quietly observed the radical turns with caution. He returned to Corsica during the early years of the revolution, hoping to become involved in Corsican politics and perhaps shape the island's future. Pasquale Paoli had returned from exile, hailed as a hero of liberty, and Napoleon tried once more to join his cause. But mistrust ran deep. Paoli saw Napoleon as too close to the French Revolution, too ambitious, and too independent. This rejection, which led to the Bonaparte family's eventual exile from Corsica in 1793, pushed Napoleon to invest himself fully in revolutionary France. He would no longer try to walk two paths. His Corsican dream was over. France was now the only stage. Back on the mainland, France was changing rapidly. By 1792, the monarchy had been abolished and the First French Republic declared. The revolution had grown teeth and blood. The guillotine became a symbol of justice and terror alike. Louis XVI was executed. Marie Antoinette followed. The Decade Jacobins, led by Robespierre, held power through the Committee of Public Safety. Fear and fanaticism reigned. Amid this chaos, Napoleon's moment began to materialize. He was in Toulon, where royalists and British forces had seized the city. His proposal to take the high ground and bombard the enemy into retreat, a plan few other officers saw, succeeded dramatically. The revolutionary government took notice. He was promoted to brigadier general at just 24. But the revolution's embrace was fickle. Robespierre, once Napoleon's ally, was overthrown and executed in 1794. Napoleon, now connected by association, was arrested and briefly imprisoned. It was a chilling reminder that in revolutionary France, even heroes could fall in an instant. But Napoleon, ever composed under pressure, survived. He was released after a short investigation found to be politically insignificant, or at least not dangerous enough. After his release, he was left without a command. It was a low point, unemployed, untrusted, and on the margins of political life. Many might have faded then. But Napoleon's ambition never dulled. He began to build connections, quietly attending salons, writing letters and aligning himself with the rising figures in the Thermidorian government, the more moderate forces now trying to stabilize France after the bloodshed. One of these figures was Paul Barras, a director in the newly formed Directory, the five-man executive that governed France after the fall of Robespierre. It was Barras who would give Napoleon his next great opportunity. In October 1795, a peacetime royalist uprising broke out in Paris. Thousands of insurgents, angered by food shortages and the instability of the new republic, marched toward the Tuileries to overthrow the government. Panic seized the Directory. They needed a commander who could act quickly without hesitation. Barras recommended Bonaparte. Napoleon surveyed the situation and gave his infamous order: give them a whiff of grape shot. Cannons were rolled into position along narrow Parisian streets. When the mob approached, they were met with devastating artillery fire. The rebellion was crushed within hours. It was brutal, efficient, and utterly without mercy, and it saved the Directory. In the wake of the uprising, Napoleon was hailed as a savior of the Republic. Though his methods were harsh, they had worked. Order had been restored, and once again Bonaparte had turned chaos into opportunity. He was promoted to commander of the Army of the Interior. With his growing fame, political influence followed. He attended glittering soirees in Paris, spoke with intellectuals, financiers, and revolutionaries alike. He met Josephine de Beauharnais, a widow with 2 children and significant social connections. She was 6 years his senior, elegant, charming, and politically astute. Their courtship was swift, and they were married in 1796. The marriage was as much strategic as romantic. Josephine introduced Napoleon to Parisian elites and helped him polish his social image. She represented the kind of sophistication he lacked, but admired. Shortly afterward, Napoleon received his greatest command yet: leadership of the French army of Italy. France was still at war with Austria, with Britain, with much of Europe. Italy was a key front, but the army Napoleon inherited was poorly supplied, disorganized, and demoralized. Yet he transformed it quickly, decisively. He inspired his men with passionate speeches and strategic victories. He promised them glory and spoils, and he delivered both. The Italian campaign would become legendary, a whirlwind of daring maneuvers, surprise attacks, and overwhelming victories. But those battles lie ahead. For now, consider how swiftly the revolution opened doors for those brave or bold enough to step through them. Napoleon was not the only officer in France. He was not the only one with ambition. But he saw clearly, acted decisively, and never hesitated when the moment called. He survived political purges, exile, and disgrace. He embraced alliances when needed, cut ties when wise, and always moved toward greater command. And as you begin to drift deeper into sleep, think of this. In a time when ideals crumbled and heads rolled in city squares, how did one man, young, poor, and ridiculed, manage to rise without being swallowed by the chaos? The year was 1796, and France, though still unstable from the throes of revolution, had entrusted one of its youngest generals with a critical mission to lead the struggling army of Italy against the Austrians and their allies. That general was Napoleon Bonaparte. 26 years old, recently married, politically connected, and ready to prove himself not just in theory or politics, but on the battlefield. When Napoleon arrived at the army's headquarters in Nice, he found chaos. The soldiers were ragged, underfed, unpaid, and uninspired. Discipline had eroded, and desertion was rampant. Supplies were scarce, and morale was nearly non-existent. The French Directory, which ruled France, saw the Italian front as a sideshow. secondary to the campaigns along the Rhine. But Napoleon saw something else. He saw opportunity. Standing before his officers and men, he delivered a speech not of commands but of vision. "Soldiers," he told them, "you are naked and ill-fed. The government owes you much, but can give you nothing. I will lead you into the most fertile plains of the world. Rich provinces, great cities will be in your power. There you will find honor, glory, and riches." It was not just a promise, it was a challenge. And they believed him. From the start, Napoleon's genius revealed itself in motion. He moved swiftly, dividing enemy forces, exploiting gaps, and taking bold risks. He abandoned traditional lines of war in favor of rapid maneuvers, surprise attacks, and relentless pressure. His troops marched with purpose, energized by victories that came quickly and in succession. His first major triumph came at the Battle of Montenotte in April 1796. Napoleon outflanked the Austro-Sardinian forces and crushed them before they could unite. This victory set the tone for what would follow, a series of engagements that overwhelmed the enemy not with superior numbers, but with speed, precision, and psychological pressure. He followed Montenotte with a string of victories at Millesimo, Dago, and Mondovi. Within weeks, he forced the Kingdom of Sardinia to withdraw from the war entirely. Diplomats arrived at his tent to negotiate peace, not with Paris, but with him directly. Napoleon was now not only a general, but a political actor. He wrote the terms, accepted the surrender, and marched forward into the heart of northern Italy. What distinguished Napoleon was not just military prowess, but how he fused it with charisma and control. He knew his men by name. He ate what they ate. He wrote letters home on their behalf. He praised them in bulletins, sent victory updates to Paris that framed his army as the saviors of France, and reminded the Directory that success in Italy had his name written on every banner. The Italian cities they entered, Milan, Modena, Bologna, had not seen such fervor in decades. French soldiers paraded through ancient streets, cheered by some, feared by others. Napoleon declared the liberation of the Italian people from monarchy and papal tyranny. But behind the noble words was a different reality. The army lived off the land. Cities were taxed. Art and treasure were seized. Ancient statues, Renaissance paintings, gold chalices, all packed and sent to France. He created sister republics, modeled on revolutionary France, and set up administrations, led by local elites who would answer to him. He was building not just battlefield control, but political order, a system with him at the center. The Austrians, meanwhile, were regrouping. They sent General Beaulieu and later General Wurmser to halt Napoleon's advance. But again, he moved faster. He crossed the Po River at unexpected points, using deception and swift marches to stay ahead. In the brutal summer heat, he pushed his men beyond what others thought possible. They climbed mountain passes, crossed rivers under fire, and fought in vineyards and narrow valleys. In July, Napoleon stormed the fortress of Mantua, a key stronghold on the way to Austria itself. Though it would take several attempts to fully capture it, the siege demonstrated Napoleon's patient aggression. He would isolate, encircle, and squeeze the enemy until they had no choice but to surrender. His relationship with his men deepened. He inspired loyalty not just by victory, but by shared suffering. He slept in tents, walked miles beside them, and ensured that spoils were shared, though always with a reminder that he was the source of it all. In his letters to Josephine, his young wife back in Paris, we see a different side. His tone is passionate, even desperate. "You do not write to me," he lamented. "You no longer love your husband." He would sometimes write during lulls between battles as cannons cooled and wounded were carried off the field. These letters reveal a man who, despite commanding thousands, craved affection and closeness and felt their absence acutely. But Josephine's attention had begun to drift. Back in Paris, she enjoyed salons, social circles, and the freedom that came with her husband's long absences. Gossip swirled. Napoleon, hearing rumors of her affairs, was devastated. He wrote again and again, hoping to be reassured, but the distance grew. Still he pressed on. By 1797, after a year of campaigning, Napoleon had defeated multiple Austrian armies and was closing in on Vienna. Austria, facing internal pressure and the reality of collapse, sued for peace. In the small town of Campo Formio, the peace treaty was signed. The terms were favorable to France and personally crafted by Napoleon. Again, Paris was bypassed. Again, the general negotiated as if he were a head of state. Austria recognized French dominance in northern Italy. Napoleon redrew borders, created client states, and sent back not just wealth, but a new European map. The Directory, though grateful for the victories, grew wary. Napoleon's fame was immense. He was adored by his troops, praised by revolutionaries, and feared by monarchs. He had built a power base independent of Paris, and that made him dangerous, but they could not stop him. In just over a year, Napoleon had taken a collapsing army and turned it into a machine of conquest. He had humiliated Austria, secured France's borders, enriched its coffers, and elevated his own name into legend. And yet, for all the outward triumph, questions began to form, not just in the minds of his enemies, but perhaps in Napoleon's own heart. Was he still serving the ideals of the revolution, or had those ideals simply become tools for something greater? As you lay still now, breathing softly in the quiet of your room, consider this. How does a leader balance glory and purpose? Can a man wield so much power and still remain loyal to the cause that raised him? The cannons had gone silent in northern Italy, but the echoes of Napoleon's victories rolled across Europe. From the salons of Paris to the throne rooms of Vienna, his name was spoken with awe, fear, and intrigue. At just 28 years old, he had turned a minor command into a theatre of transformation. Cities fell under his command, treaties bore his signature, and France, once fractured and defensive, now stood proud on the spoils of his campaigns. But military success was only one part of the picture. Napoleon was no longer just a general. He was becoming a political force, a man who could bend governments, negotiate peace, and reshape borders. The victories in Italy had made him rich in both gold and influence. He sent back art and treasure from conquered cities, feeding the Directory's hunger for wealth. He filled French museums with the plundered brilliance of Italy's Renaissance, casting himself not only as a warrior, but as a restorer of civilization. Yet in Paris, not everyone celebrated. The Directory, France's five-man executive, grew increasingly wary. Napoleon's popularity among the people and his soldiers made him unpredictable. He had negotiated the Treaty of Campo Formio with Austria independently, and though it brought France vast territorial gains, it also revealed that Napoleon was acting with a level of autonomy that the Directory could neither control nor easily dismiss. So they did what governments often do when threatened. They redirected him elsewhere. To the east, in 1798, they approved a bold and exotic plan. Napoleon would lead an expedition to Egypt. Officially, the mission aimed to strike at British influence by disrupting their trade routes to India. Unofficially, it was a chance to remove Napoleon from the center of French politics and bury his ambition in the sands of Africa. Napoleon accepted. Perhaps he saw it as an adventure, perhaps as a strategic repositioning. Or perhaps, as was often the case, he saw it as a stage. Before he left, however, he reinforced his ties to France's intellectual and cultural elite. He established journals, met with scientists, and even invited scholars to join him in Egypt. He wanted to be seen not merely as a conqueror, but as an Enlightenment figure, a man of reason, art, and vision. The Egyptian expedition, however, would be no simple conquest. He landed in Alexandria in July 1798 with a fleet of 300 ships and 35,000 men. Almost immediately he faced logistical challenges due to the harsh terrain, intense heat, language barriers, and resistance from the local population. Yet within weeks he marched inland and met the Mamluk cavalry at the Battle of the Pyramids. It was a masterclass in modern warfare. The French, organized into solid squares, repelled wave after wave of cavalry charges. The Mamluks, fierce but disorganized, were no match for disciplined musket fire and cannon barrages. Napoleon's troops stood firm in the shadow of the ancient pyramids, and within a day, Cairo fell. He issued proclamations declaring himself a liberator. He assured the Egyptians that he respected Islam and sought only to free them from corrupt rulers. He commissioned studies of ancient monuments and encouraged the documentation of flora, fauna, and local customs. His scholars began cataloguing hieroglyphics, collecting artifacts, and founding what would later become Egyptology. But his glory was short-lived. Back in the Mediterranean, British Admiral Horatio Nelson was hunting the French fleet. At the Battle of the Nile, Nelson found them anchored in Abu Qir Bay. In a stunning nighttime attack, he destroyed most of the French ships, stranding Napoleon and his army in Egypt. It was a disaster. France had lost naval supremacy. Napoleon was cut off. But he didn't flinch. He launched a land campaign into Syria, hoping to extend his control and strike at Ottoman territories. His army faced plagues, food shortages, and brutal fighting. At Jaffa, he executed hundreds of captured prisoners. At Acre, he was repelled after a long and bloody siege. His legend dimmed, his health declined, and his army began to falter. In the shadows of defeat, Napoleon made a bold decision. He would leave. Quietly in 1799, he slipped away from Egypt with a small escort, leaving his army behind. He returned to France not as a failed general, but as a returning hero. By the time the news of his defeats reached Paris, he was already back, charming politicians, attending social events, and laying the groundwork for something bigger. France was once again in crisis. The Directory was weak and corrupt. The economy was unstable. The wars in Europe raged on. The people were disillusioned. Into this chaos, Napoleon stepped with confidence. He allied with Emmanuel Sieyès, a prominent political thinker, and began planning a coup. On November 9, 1799, 18 Brumaire, year feet in the revolutionary calendar, Napoleon seized control of the government. The coup was swift and efficient. Troops loyal to him surrounded the chambers of the legislature. When the lawmakers protested, he confronted them directly. Though the first attempt was clumsy, he was heckled, even physically attacked. His brother Lucien, head of the Council of 500, helped turn the tide. The chamber was cleared by force. The coup was done, the Directory was abolished. In its place, a new government was formed, the Consulate, and at its head stood Napoleon Bonaparte. He was now first consul, the most powerful man in France. Technically, the Consulate was a republic, but in practice, Napoleon held supreme authority. He controlled the military, the courts, foreign policy, and finances. In just 10 years, France had moved from monarchy to revolution to republic, and now to the rule of a single man. Yet the people cheered. Why? Because Napoleon brought stability. He restored order. He reformed taxes, improved education, and
modernized the legal system. He began work on what would become the Napoleonic Code. He promised peace and then prepared for war. As you breathe deeply now and your thoughts drift like clouds in the quiet night, ask yourself this: how does
a revolutionary become a ruler? And how far must one go before revolution becomes empire? In the spring of 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte took command of the army of Italy, a ragged force more defeated by hunger than by bullets. France, still reeling from the instability of its revolutionary years, had spent its energy and wealth on survival. What remained was a country surrounded by enemies and drained by internal corruption. The army of Italy, assigned to patrol and engage enemy forces in the north, had long been seen as a backwater post, a place for forgotten officers and discarded men. But for Napoleon, it was the beginning. When he arrived in Nice to assume command, the soldiers were ill-fed, unpaid, and demoralized. Their uniforms were torn, their boots worn through. Supplies were scarce. The officers had little faith in the Directory, and even less in the mission. Yet when this short, thin Corsican general, unknown to many of them, stepped before them, with fire in his eyes, something shifted. Napoleon was just 26 years old. He had never commanded an army before, but he spoke with conviction, with urgency, and with belief, not just in himself, but in them. His first act was not to demand obedience, but to speak plainly to their situation. "Soldiers," he declared, "you are naked and ill-fed. The government owes you much, but can give you nothing. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will be at your mercy. There you will find honor, glory, and riches." It wasn't empty rhetoric. He had a plan. Napoleon's genius was not just in battlefield tactics, but in understanding human motivation. He knew his men needed food and pay, but they also needed purpose. He would give them both. He reorganized supply lines, made temporary deals with local merchants, and even forged documents to secure provisions. He arranged for bulletins and newspapers to praise the army of Italy. He didn't just rebuild the army, he rebranded it. His strategic planning was relentless. He spent hours hunched over maps, studying rivers, roads, and ridgelines. He understood the terrain like a painter.
understood canvas?
He knew how to move swiftly, how to strike with surprise, and how to turn natural obstacles into strategic advantages. But above all, he had an eye for momentum. He launched the campaign with an audacity that stunned both allies and enemies. The Austrians and their allies, the Sardinians, expected the French to remain on the defensive. But Napoleon went on the offensive, using his speed and intuition to shatter traditional expectations. His first target was the divide between the Austrian and Sardinian forces. He attacked with speed, separating the two armies and defeating them in detail. At Montenotte, Dago, and Millesimo, he struck with precision. He didn't rely on overwhelming force, he relied on superior movement. The Austrian commanders were older, more cautious, still shaped by rigid 18th-century military doctrine. Napoleon, by contrast, operated on instinct and speed. He moved quickly through narrow passes, attacked when the enemy was least prepared, and forced them into battles they didn't want to fight. In just 2 weeks, he broke the back of the Sardinian army. They sued for peace, agreeing to leave the war. It was a stunning blow to the anti-French coalition, and Napoleon was just getting started. With the Sardinians out of the way, he turned toward Lombardy, the rich northern Italian region held by Austrian forces. Milan, a crown jewel of Italy, lay ahead. But the campaign was not just about geography. It was about morale, legitimacy, and reshaping how military leadership functioned. Napoleon constantly sent bulletins to Paris, grand, poetic reports filled with heroism and drama. He exaggerated victories, downplayed losses, and praised his troops like a general from a Roman epic. These reports weren't just updates. They were propaganda. They were carefully designed to turn him into a legend, and it worked. In Paris, newspapers reprinted his words, crowds cheered, politicians took notice. Napoleon was becoming not only a commander in the field, but a name known in every drawing room of the Republic. Meanwhile, in Italy, he treated his victories as diplomatic opportunities. Rather than looting blindly, he entered cities like Milan and Bologna with ceremony and political tact. He spoke of liberty, revolution, and fraternity. He promised to free the people from monarchs and foreign rule. He established sister republics, states governed by locals, but aligned with French revolutionary ideals. In truth, these were puppet regimes, but they served the dual purpose of extending French influence and giving the appearance of self-determination. Napoleon's success was also due to how he reshaped the officer corps. He promoted men based on talent, not background. He rewarded courage and discipline. Soldiers saw their comrades rise in rank through bravery, not birth. The army became more than a force. It became a brotherhood, and Napoleon was its head, its symbol, and its guardian. Yet the campaign was not without brutality. When cities resisted, he responded harshly. Looting occurred, tributes were demanded, churches were stripped of gold, priceless art was sent back to Paris, statues, paintings, relics, all paraded as evidence of France's greatness. Napoleon called it preservation. Others called it theft. But he knew how to justify it. In his words, France was not stealing. It was enlightening. Art, he said, belonged not to tyrants, but to all of humanity. If it sat forgotten in an Italian cathedral, it was wasted. If it adorned the Louvre, it was celebrated. As you lie still now, imagine the young general walking through the ruins of a Roman amphitheater, his cloak flapping in the wind, his eyes scanning the horizon. Not for the enemy, but for his place in history. The Italian campaign had begun not as a mission of conquest, but as a test to see if this obscure artillery officer could lead. What emerged was something else entirely, a reshaped army, a trail of victories, and a man who now held more influence than most politicians in Paris. And it was only the beginning. As sleep gently tugs at your thoughts, consider this. Is military genius born from boldness or from knowing when the old rules no longer apply? By the summer of 1796, northern Italy had become the grand stage of a new kind of warfare, fast, bold, and unpredictable. Napoleon Bonaparte, commanding the once shabby army of Italy, had already outwitted two veteran Austrian generals and forced the Kingdom of Sardinia out of the war. Now, as he pushed deeper into Lombardy, he set his eyes on Austria itself. But the Habsburgs were not yet defeated. They had not sent their best yet, and they would not fall quietly. In Vienna, the loss of Milan and other key cities had sent shockwaves through the imperial court. The Austrians hastily assembled a new force under General Wurmser, a seasoned field marshal. His orders were simple: drive Napoleon out of Italy, retake the lost territory, and restore imperial prestige. Wurmser was given over 50,000 troops, a vast force compared to what Napoleon commanded. But size was not everything. The Austrians moved slowly, heavily burdened by tradition and indecisive leadership. Napoleon, in contrast, responded like lightning. He anticipated Wurmser's moves and devised a plan to divide and conquer. He let Wurmser descend into the Italian plains, then used the mountains and river crossings to cut his lines of communication. At Lonato and Castiglione, Napoleon struck with precision, scattering the Austrians before they could regroup. He often led from the front, not just in spirit, but in presence. Visible to his men, his uniform dusty, his voice steady under fire. The Austrians were forced into retreat, and Wurmser fell back to the fortress of Mantua. Mantua, located on an island surrounded by marshes and rivers, was one of the most strategic strongholds in northern Italy. Napoleon understood that holding it would cement French control. He laid siege to the city, surrounding it and choking off supplies. But Austria wasn't finished. A second Austrian army was raised under General Alvinci. The plan was to relieve Mantua and crush the French from two sides. Napoleon now faced a critical moment. He was outnumbered, his troops were exhausted, and the siege line was vulnerable. A mistake here could undo everything. In late 1796, Alvinci advanced, and a brutal series of battles followed. At Arcole, Caldiero, and Rivoli. Each was hard-fought, chaotic, and close to breaking point. At Arcole, Napoleon famously seized a flag and led a charge across a narrow bridge under heavy fire. He slipped into the mud, nearly drowned, and barely escaped with his life. But the moment rallied his troops. They surged forward, eventually driving the Austrians back. At Rivoli, in January 1797, he faced 28,000 Austrians, with barely 20,000 of his own. Using the terrain brilliantly, Napoleon blocked mountain passes and created the illusion of larger numbers. The Austrians were crushed. It was one of his greatest victories. Meanwhile, inside Mantua, Wurmser's men starved. Disease spread. Supplies vanished. In February 1797, after months of siege and repeated failed relief attempts, the fortress surrendered. With Mantua fallen, Austria's position in Italy collapsed. This was more than a military victory. It was a demonstration of endurance, adaptation, and will. Napoleon had turned a ragtag army into a force that outclassed the mightiest empire in Europe. He had not only beaten Austria, he had humiliated them. But not all was glory. The political environment was growing more complex. Napoleon had begun acting with greater independence. He made decisions without consulting Paris. He sent agents into the cities he conquered, setting up republican governments loyal to him more than to France. He directed art, money, and supplies back to Paris, not just as tribute, but as proof of his importance. He was also deeply aware of the narrative. He controlled how his victories were reported. His military bulletins, often read aloud to the troops and published in newspapers, were masterpieces of self-promotion. He cast himself as a liberator, a genius, a servant of the people. But underneath, he was consolidating something more lasting: authority. In Venice, Napoleon's methods became more ruthless. The Venetian Republic, ancient and proud, had tried to remain neutral. But when French troops were attacked by Venetian sympathizers, Napoleon declared that the Republic had broken its neutrality. He invaded. The Doge was deposed, and Venice was looted. Artworks, ships, and gold were taken. The spoils of centuries were loaded onto wagons and barges bound for France. Meanwhile, he reorganized Italy into client states. The Cisalpine Republic was formed, followed by others, puppet governments with revolutionary names and tricolour flags, but with Napoleon pulling the strings. He appointed leaders, wrote constitutions, and enforced policies. These republics gave the illusion of liberty, but they served the interests of France and of Napoleon himself. Still, his popularity soared. In France, The Directory hailed his victories. The public adored him. Poets praised him. Songs were sung in his name. He had become the hero of the Republic, a man who succeeded where others had failed. But some in Paris worried. He was growing too powerful, too popular, and too independent. He no longer waited for orders. He negotiated with foreign powers directly. He had turned diplomacy into a general's game. In October 1797, he signed the Treaty of Campo Formio with Austria, without waiting for the Directory's approval. The treaty redrew the map of Europe. France gained control of Belgium, the left bank of the Rhine, and northern Italy. Austria, in return, received lands in exchange and was forced to recognize the French republics. The treaty was a triumph for France and for Napoleon, but it also confirmed the worst fears of his political rivals. He was no longer just a general. He was a statesman, a negotiator, a sovereign in all but name. By the end of 1797, Napoleon returned to Paris. His entrance was not a quiet one. Crowds filled the streets, soldiers lined the boulevards. Cheers echoed through the capital. He had returned as a conqueror, a national symbol, a man elevated by success and myth alike. But for Napoleon, the Italian campaign was not the end. It was the beginning. He had proven his ability to command, to inspire, to reshape nations. He had tested the limits of both the Republic and his own ambition. He had seen what power could do, and how much more of it he might yet claim. And as you drift now towards sleep, let this thought linger in the calm. What happens when a general learns that armies can conquer nations, but stories, loyalty, and vision can conquer empires? The northern wind of autumn whispered across Europe in 1797, and with it came the quiet sound of a pen scratching across parchment in a small Italian village called Campo Formio. Far from the roar of cannons and clashing swords, this moment would seal what no battle ever fully could: the end of the War of the First Coalition and the beginning of Napoleon Bonaparte's role, not merely as a general of France, but as a force that would reshape the continent. In that treaty, signed with representatives of the Austrian Empire, France emerged as the dominant power in Western Europe. The Austrian monarchy, bruised and bleeding from its repeated defeats, at the hands of a 28-year-old Corsican, conceded nearly everything Napoleon demanded. Belgium, Lombardy, the left bank of the Rhine, all now under French control or influence. The terms were bold, sweeping, and unapologetically favorable to France. But more significantly, Napoleon had negotiated these terms himself. The French Directory back in Paris had given him permission only to command armies, not to act as a diplomat, and certainly not to redraft Europe's borders on his own authority. Yet that's exactly what he had done. It was a defining shift. Power was no longer exclusively held in capitals and assemblies. It was now also wielded in the field by those who could take it, hold it, and mold it. With the Treaty of Campo Formio, Napoleon didn't just defeat Austria, he broke the mold of the old world. He left behind a map completely redrawn. In northern Italy, he had created client republics with names that echoed revolutionary ideals: the Cisalpine Republic, the Ligurian Republic, and others. These were more than political inventions. They were prototypes, training grounds for new modes of government, with Napoleon as their architect and overseer. He installed leaders, rewrote constitutions, and built institutions. French legal codes were introduced. Revolutionary calendars replaced traditional dates. Tricolour flags fluttered above buildings once marked by noble crests. But beneath the language of liberty, there was central control. The local leaders answered to Paris, and Paris increasingly answered to Napoleon. In Venice, The old republic had been dismantled after more than 1,000 years, its ships seized, its treasures looted, its territories handed to Austria in exchange for French gains elsewhere. It was a bitter irony. Venice had remained neutral in the wars, but neutrality was not enough. The world was being reordered, and neutrality had no place in Napoleon's vision. The art from Italian churches, palaces and museums, Raphael's paintings, Roman statues, even the famous bronze horses of St. Mark's Basilica, were packed into crates and shipped to France. These were not merely trophies, they were cultural weapons. Napoleon was building the image of France not just as a military power, but as the rightful heir to classical greatness. And at the center of that image stood himself. Napoleon commissioned portraits, busts, and paintings of his victories. He wrote personal dispatches and bulletins in a lyrical, powerful style. His words painted him as a liberator, a genius, a man of destiny. He made sure the people of France and the wider world saw not only what he had done, but who he was becoming. Yet beneath the surface of celebration, there were deeper calculations. By 1797, Napoleon had seen firsthand the weakness of the French Directory. It was fractured, inconsistent, and widely disliked by the population. While he marched through Italy, France had teetered on the edge of instability. Inflation plagued the economy, political infighting stalled reform, and royalist sympathizers stirred unrest in the countryside. Napoleon knew something others were only beginning to suspect. The revolution had not brought peace. It had merely changed the shape of the struggle. France no longer needed a savior from kings. It now needed a savior from itself. As he made his way back to Paris, these thoughts gathered in his mind like storm clouds. He received endless honors, parades, dinners, medals. The Directory tried to celebrate him while quietly limiting his growing influence. But it was too late. His name was already etched into the public imagination. He was a national icon, a household name, a man who had succeeded where so many others had failed, and yet he remained elusive. He spoke little in public, declined a seat in government, and refused offers to lead political committees. He dressed modestly, walked the streets with little fanfare, and spent his evenings in quiet conversations with Josephine and close confidants. But this was not modesty. It was strategy. He was letting the legend breathe, letting his absence from power become a question on everyone's lips. What if Napoleon were in charge? He had seen Italy, its disorganization, its lack of clear leadership, and imposed order. What might he do for France? He gave no answer, not yet. Instead, he looked east. The British Empire remained undefeated, and his ambitions could not be contained within European borders. The Directory, fearing his influence but needing his brilliance, approved his next plan, an expedition to Egypt. On the surface, it was logical. Britain relied heavily on its eastern trade routes, especially through the Red Sea and India. If Napoleon could disrupt that trade by taking Egypt, he could strike a major blow without confronting the Royal Navy directly. But deeper down, the Egyptian campaign was something else, a stage, far from Paris, where he could write a new chapter of his story. He gathered not only soldiers but scholars, scientists, engineers, artists, and formed what became known
as the Institute of Egypt. He would not simply conquer, he would enlighten.
He would bring knowledge and order to a land seen by Europe as ancient and mysterious. But that story was still ahead. For now, as 1797 came to a close, Napoleon stood at the edge of something far greater than military fame. The Italian campaign had done more than test his ability. It had revealed it, not just to France or Austria, but to himself. He had learned how to lead, how to command loyalty, how to manipulate perception, and how to move with ruthless timing. He had seen that armies could win battles, but that symbols, stories, and vision could win nations. As your thoughts slow and your breathing deepens, think of Napoleon not as the emperor we know from history books, not yet, but as the young man standing alone in the candlelight of a tent in Italy, staring at the map of Europe before him, knowing that soon it would look very different because of him. And wonder what truly forges a legend. Is it victory, or the belief that more is always possible? In the spring of 1798, as France still basked in the afterglow of Napoleon's Italian triumphs, a new venture was quietly being prepared along the southern coast. In the bustling port city of Toulon, ships were loaded with supplies, not just cannons and rations, but crates of books, astronomical instruments, printing presses, and surveying tools. Alongside regiments of soldiers marched men in long coats carrying journals and magnifying glasses, historians, botanists, geologists, engineers. It was not merely an army that was being assembled, it was a mission of civilization. Napoleon Bonaparte was going to Egypt. At first glance, it seemed an unusual choice. France had long been at war with Britain, and Egypt, far from European centers of power, had not seen French boots on its sand in any century. But to Napoleon, the expedition was a solution to many things, both personal and political. The French Directory, increasingly anxious about Napoleon's growing popularity, hoped to send him far away. They feared he might use his fame and loyal troops to seize political control. Sending him east was a way to both remove the threat and strike at British interests indirectly. But for Napoleon, Egypt was more than exile in disguise. It was a land of mystery, of empire, of ancient greatness. He envisioned himself not just as a general, but as a rebuilder of legacy, a new Alexander the Great. Egypt could be conquered and reshaped, and in doing so, he could elevate France, and himself beyond anything achieved in Italy. The logistics were vast. Over 300 ships were gathered for the expedition. Nearly 40,000 men would sail, including cavalry, infantry, artillery, and support units. Among them, 187 scholars and artists, the best minds of the Republic. Together they would form the Commission des Sciences et des Arts. Before departing, Napoleon addressed his troops. "Soldiers, you are embarking on a conquest of great nations. You will find there honor, glory, and wealth. The eyes of the world are upon you." The tone was familiar, a blend of ambition and poetry. But this time, the journey would be longer, and the cost far greater. They sailed in silence. Secrecy was paramount. Not even the rank-and-file soldiers knew their destination. Rumors swirled: India, Syria, the Holy Land. Even when they passed Malta, the destination was still officially concealed. Malta itself was no mere stopover. It was ruled by the Knights of St. John, a chivalric order clinging to a fading past. Napoleon requested entry for resupply. When the knights hesitated, he attacked. In a matter of hours, the island surrendered. He reorganized the government, looted its treasury, and moved on. It was a preview of what was to come: swift action, ruthless efficiency, and a new order left behind. 2 weeks later, in early July, the fleet landed at Alexandria. The men disembarked into stifling heat. The city, ancient and worn, had declined from its days of Hellenistic glory. Its narrow streets twisted through dust and decay. Yet beneath the grime, Napoleon saw grandeur. and possibility. He wasted no time. The army marched south toward Cairo, moving across arid terrain and strange, whispering winds. The heat was relentless, water scarce. Supplies failed. Local guides were few, and yet the army pressed forward, driven by discipline and Napoleon's will. Then came the Battle of the Pyramids. On July 20, 1798, outside Cairo, the French army met the forces of the ruling Mamluks, elite cavalry warriors known for their ferocity and speed. They outnumbered the French and fought with traditional pride, but they were no match for modern tactics. Napoleon formed his men into massive infantry squares, hollow boxes bristling with bayonets, with artillery at the corners and cavalry hidden behind. When the Mamluks charged, they crashed into a wall of fire. Again and again they attacked.
Again and again they fell. Within hours, the Mamluk forces were broken. Napoleon turned to his men and pointed to the massive stone forms in the distance.
"Soldiers," he said, "from the heights of these pyramids, 40 centuries look down upon you." The phrase was not tactical, it was theatrical. He understood how to embed myth into moments. Cairo surrendered. The French flag rose over minarets and palace gates. But victory did not bring peace. The people of Egypt had not called for Napoleon. His proclamations of liberty and enlightenment were not welcomed by the Muslim population, who saw foreign occupation, not liberation. The French, unable to speak the language or understand the culture, struggled to govern. Religious leaders bristled, traders grew fearful, and soon rebellions began. Back in Europe, worse news arrived. Napoleon had left his fleet anchored in Abukir Bay. He believed it protected by geography and secrecy. But British Admiral Horatio Nelson, after weeks of searching, found it. On August 1st, at the Battle of the Nile, Nelson attacked. It was a catastrophe. French ships were trapped against the shore. One by one they were destroyed. The French flagship, L'Orient, exploded in a fireball that lit the sky for miles. Thousands died. By dawn, only a few French ships remained. Napoleon and his army were stranded. The defeat shattered French control of the Mediterranean and cut off communication with Paris. Supplies dwindled, disease crept in, morale dropped. And yet Napoleon did not waver. He created new newspapers. He reorganized the police. He ordered roads and canals surveyed. His scientists mapped the land and discovered the Rosetta Stone, a slab that would later unlock the secrets of Egyptian hieroglyphs. He held weekly meetings with religious leaders. He tried, earnestly but clumsily, to win over the population. Still resistance continued. In October 1798, a full-scale revolt broke out in Cairo. Mosques rang with the cry to fight the invaders. French soldiers were attacked in the streets. Civilians rose in arms. For 2 days, the city was in chaos. Napoleon responded with brutal force. Cannons shelled neighborhoods. Thousands died. Order was restored, but at the cost of trust. The dream of being a liberator dissolved in blood and smoke. And yet, amid the ruins, he worked. The Institute of Egypt produced dozens of studies. Libraries were established, roads were improved, schools opened. Napoleon gave lectures, read Greek philosophy, and spent nights studying astronomy. To many it seemed contradictory, the man who executed rebels in the morning and debated Plato by candlelight at night. But in Napoleon's mind there was no contradiction. Order had to be imposed before knowledge could flourish, and if peace came only through fear, so be it. As the year drew to a close, his situation remained precarious. Britain threatened reinforcements. The Ottomans prepared a counterattack. His army, isolated and weathered, held Cairo like a distant outpost of a forgotten empire. And so we leave him here for now, beneath the stars of a desert sky, pacing inside a tent lit by flickering lamplight, surrounded by maps, books, and the quiet questions that filled his thoughts. He had come to Egypt for glory. He had found complexity. Not all victories came from battles. Some came from survival, from endurance, from holding power in a place that had never asked for it. As you close your eyes and drift into sleep, think of this. Can one man reshape history, or does history reshape the man? As the sun rose over Cairo in early 1799, its pale light shimmered against the domes of ancient mosques and the dusty helmets of weary French troops. The city, tense and still smouldering from the revolt crushed months earlier, was quiet. Napoleon Bonaparte stood in the heart of a land he had taken by force, staring eastward, not toward France, but toward Syria. Egypt, once imagined as a stepping stone to glory, had become a quagmire of resistance and uncertainty. With the British fleet ruling the Mediterranean and Ottoman forces assembling in the east, Napoleon made a decision that startled even his closest advisors. He would not wait for war to reach him. He would take the fight into Syria. On the surface, the plan seemed audacious. By marching north through the Sinai Desert into what is now Israel, Lebanon, and parts of Syria, Napoleon hoped to preempt an Ottoman counteroffensive and ignite support for French authority in the Levant. But beneath the military logic was something deeper. The stubborn will of a man who would rather march into the unknown than be seen as stranded or retreating. And so, in February of 1799, the march began. The journey was brutal from the outset. The French troops, some 13,000 strong, crossed the Sinai Peninsula, a landscape as vast and lifeless as any they had known. Water was scarce. Heat pressed down from above, while sand whipped up from below. The sun blinded during the day, and the cold bit at night. The soldiers, already worn from months in Egypt, now faced dysentery, dehydration, and exhaustion. Along the route, they captured small towns like El Arish and Gaza, each offering brief moments of rest, each leaving them a little more stretched thin. Supplies lagged, morale dipped, yet Napoleon pressed them forward with relentless focus. In March, they reached the fortress city of Jaffa. The siege was swift and bloody. Napoleon's artillery tore through the city walls, and French soldiers poured into the streets fighting, house to house. When the battle ended, they found hundreds of Turkish prisoners, many of them deserters from earlier battles who had rejoined the fight. Napoleon faced a chilling decision. His army could not feed or guard such a large number of captives. The threat of revolt or escape was real. And so he ordered the execution of over 2,000 prisoners, a mass killing carried out over several days under the hot sun along the beaches of Jaffa. It was one of the darkest moments of his career. At the same time, plague swept through the army. The disease, already present in Egypt, now spread rapidly among the troops. Soldiers coughed blood, their bodies marked with black swellings, and death came quickly. The hospital at Jaffa overflowed. Napoleon, in a dramatic and controversial moment, visited the plague victims, walking among the sick, touching one man on the chest in a show of fearlessness. The gesture was immortalized in paintings back in France, but whether it was bravery, calculation, or both remains debated. From Jaffa, Napoleon pushed north toward his true objective, Acre. The walled city of Acre was held by Ottoman forces under the command of Geza Pasha, an aging yet fierce governor nicknamed the Butcher for his cruelty. He was aided by British advisors, including Sir Sidney Smith, a naval officer who had helped destroy the French fleet months earlier and now prepared to help stop Napoleon's advance. As Napoleon approached, he believed Acre would fall, as others had, quickly and by siege. But he miscalculated. Smith, commanding British ships offshore, provided artillery, engineering support, and supplies to the defenders. He intercepted French siege equipment sent by sea and used it to fortify the city. Napoleon's forces lacked proper tools to breach the thick medieval walls. Each assault was met with fierce resistance. What began as a campaign of momentum turned into a grinding, fruitless siege. For 2 months, Napoleon hurled his forces at Acre. His men dug trenches under fire, launched attack after attack, and suffered mounting casualties. Diseases spread, food dwindled, temperatures climbed, spirits fell. Napoleon tried everything: night assaults, psychological warfare, diplomacy, but nothing broke the city. Each failure chipped away at the myth of his invincibility. In May 1799, after 8 failed assaults, he ordered a final attack. It failed like the rest. Hundreds more died. The wounded groaned in the dust, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and decay. Napoleon called off the siege. For the first time in his military career, he had failed to take his objective. He masked the retreat with rhetoric, declaring victory by delaying the Ottomans and weakening their resolve. But the truth was clear: Acre had stopped him. The march back to Cairo was even worse than the journey north. With no real gains, no supplies, and rising illness, the retreat felt like defeat. The army limped back through desert and disease, burying the dead in shallow graves, often left unmarked. By the time they reached Egypt, thousands had been lost. Yet, in true Napoleonic fashion, the general did not speak of loss. In official dispatches, he claimed to have routed the enemy and returned voluntarily. The soldiers, those who survived, knew otherwise. But they also knew Napoleon's talent for reshaping perception. He held a festival upon return to Cairo. Public announcements praised the bravery of the army and the wisdom of its leader. Within days, the defeat had been washed in the language of triumph, but the sands of Egypt held another message. News arrived that France was under siege from within and without. The Second Coalition, led by Austria, Britain, and Russia, had formed, and French armies were losing ground. Paris was unstable. The Directory, increasingly unpopular, teetered toward collapse. Napoleon saw his moment. He resolved to return to France, quietly, quickly, and with only a few close allies. His army, still stranded, would be left behind under General Kleber. It was a controversial move, one his critics would later use against him. But for Napoleon, it was a strategic retreat from a failing mission and a return to the real prize: power in France. As he boarded the ship in August 1799, sailing west through waters still patrolled by the British, the horizon shimmered not with glory but with uncertainty. He had survived Egypt, survived Acre, survived plague and betrayal. Now he would test whether that survival had a purpose beyond the desert. And as you settle deeper into stillness, ask yourself, is the measure of greatness in victory, or in knowing when to walk away from defeat with your head held high? The sea stretched wide and silent as Napoleon Bonaparte stood aboard the frigate Muiron in the late summer of 1799. The wind tugged at the sails and the waters of the Mediterranean shimmered with the last light of the sun. Behind him, the sands of Egypt faded from view, along with its failed sieges, its plagues, and its fading dreams of Eastern Empire. Ahead lay France, and with it, an entirely different conquest. His departure had been swift and secretive. Only a small party of trusted officers joined him, men like Berthier and Murat, who had served him through victories and hardship. The rest of the army of the East, weary and disease-ridden, remained behind under the command of General Kleber. No grand speeches were made, no banners waved. Napoleon had left Egypt not in triumph, but in silence. The voyage itself was a gamble. British ships still dominated the Mediterranean, and capture would have meant humiliation, perhaps even execution. Yet, as if guided by fate or fortune, the Muiron avoided detection. In October 1799, after a 41-day journey, Napoleon landed safely at Fréjus, on the southern coast of France. What he found upon his return was a nation fraying at every edge. The Directory, the five-man executive body that governed the French Republic, had lost the confidence of the people. Inflation had returned, food shortages haunted the cities, the countryside stirred with rebellion. French armies had suffered defeats in Germany and Italy. Austria, Russia, and Britain pressed from all sides. Paris, once a cradle of revolution, had grown tired of instability. The ideals of liberty and fraternity now felt like slogans spoken in empty markets. The people wanted order. They wanted stability. They wanted someone who could lead, not debate. Napoleon understood this instinctively. Upon arriving in Paris, he was greeted not with skepticism or reprimand, but with awe. News of the Egyptian campaign's failures had been softened by his own carefully crafted bulletins. His image as a brave, visionary leader had survived, even thrived. Artists painted him standing beside pyramids, striding through battlefields, surrounded by books and scholars. The myth had grown stronger
than the facts.
He quickly set to work. With the help of political allies, most notably Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the few remaining architects of the revolution, Napoleon began to plot the downfall of the Directory. They spoke in vague terms at first of reform, of renewal, of a more stable government, but the plan was clear. The Directory would be overthrown, a new constitution would be written, and Napoleon would be at its center. On the morning of 18th Brumaire, November 9th, 1799, by the revolutionary calendar, the coup began. Napoleon appeared before the Council of Ancients and the Council of 500, the two legislative chambers of the Republic. He spoke in passionate tones about saving France, about restoring order and virtue, but the response was not what he expected. Many legislators saw through the rhetoric. They shouted him down, accused him of tyranny. One even lunged at him. For a moment it seemed the coup would fail. But outside, soldiers waited. Troops loyal to Napoleon stormed the chambers. Under pressure, and some would argue at bayonet point, the legislators dissolved the Directory and voted for a new constitution. The consulate was born. Napoleon became first consul, the most powerful position in the new government. Though the system retained the appearance of a republic, all major decisions now passed through him. The language of liberty remained, but the mechanics of power had changed. In a few swift days, Napoleon had moved from a general returning from a controversial campaign to the ruler of France, and he wasted no time consolidating that power. He restructured the government, streamlining ministries and purging rivals. He reformed the tax system, ensuring revenue returned to the treasury. He restored the judiciary and appointed loyal magistrates. Roads were repaired, grain shipments stabilized, prices fell, and the people, weary of years of turmoil, felt the difference. He also returned to his other great weapon, symbolism. Napoleon commissioned statues and portraits. He walked through the streets of Paris in plain military uniform, shaking
hands, offering greetings, nodding solemnly at wounded veterans.
He wanted to be seen not as a monarch, but as a servant of the people, a man of action, of purpose, of destiny. At the same time, he did not forget the soldiers he had left behind in Egypt. Back in Cairo, General Kleber had tried to hold the French position. But the Ottomans and British pressed hard. By 1801, the campaign collapsed entirely. The French garrison surrendered, and the surviving soldiers returned to France, some embittered, others too exhausted to protest. But by then, Napoleon's rule had become so entrenched that the memory of Egypt was more myth than stain. He had reshaped the narrative. The campaign, once seen as a strategic overreach, became a tale of adventure and learning. The scholars Napoleon, brought to Egypt, had published detailed studies, maps, essays, drawings. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone was celebrated across Europe. Napoleon framed the entire expedition not as a military failure, but as a cultural triumph. He knew that control over memory was as powerful as control over territory. And so by the end of 1799, the young general who had departed France with quiet uncertainty had returned as something much larger, a ruler in all but name. He had lost ships, battles, and men, but he had won the imagination of a people desperate for certainty. The revolution had promised freedom. Napoleon offered stability, and for many, that was enough. As the winter drew in and the fires of Europe prepared to burn once again, Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the head of a reformed state, with his gaze fixed not on what had been lost in Egypt, but on what could still be gained in France. And now, as your breathing softens and sleep begins to claim your thoughts, consider this. Does true power come from victory in war, or from the story we choose to tell after? By the autumn of 1799, France stood not on the edge of glory, but on the brink of collapse. 10 years had passed since the storming of the Bastille, a decade soaked in ideals and blood. The monarchy had fallen, the reign of terror had come and gone, and the revolution had burned through kings, radicals, and moderates alike. The promise of liberty and equality had left the people weary, hungry, and surrounded by enemies. The government that remained, the Directory, was weak, fragmented, and widely distrusted. It consisted of 5 directors, each one competing for power, none of them commanding real respect. Corruption festered, the economy teetered, royalist plots brewed underground, and Jacobins whispered of a second terror. In the countryside, revolts smouldered. In the cities, food prices soared. The army, once the symbol of revolutionary vigor, was underpaid and stretched thin. France had fought nearly every major European power, and though many victories had come, they had come at a cost. French soldiers occupied lands across the continent, but at home the people questioned the purpose of endless war. Enter Napoleon Bonaparte. When he returned from Egypt in October 1799, France was desperate for leadership. Though his campaign in the East had ended in confusion and abandonment, the myth of Napoleon had survived, even strengthened. His dispatches, rich with victories and vision, had been published widely. His name had become legend. In the public imagination, he was not the man who failed to take Acre, but the hero of the pyramids, the liberator of Italy, the soldier-scholar of France. He arrived quietly, but was met with roaring crowds. In Paris, salons buzzed with his name. People whispered, "He has returned." But it was not yet clear. Returned for what? Behind the scenes, Napoleon moved quickly. He reconnected with key political figures. Most importantly, Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the remaining directors, and a man who believed that France needed a strong executive. CAS had long been searching for a general who could help him dissolve the Directory and establish a more stable government. Now, in Napoleon, he saw the perfect instrument, young, popular, and decisive. Napoleon listened, but he had his own plans. He didn't want to serve under CAS. He wanted to lead. They agreed on the surface. The Directory would be overthrown, the legislative councils would be neutralized, and a new constitution would be written. But underneath, Napoleon was already maneuvering to ensure that he would not be a tool of the coup. He would be its architect. Over the next few weeks, preparations unfolded carefully. Troops loyal to Napoleon were quietly brought into Paris. Generals were placed in key positions. Allies were recruited among both conservatives and moderates. The public was fed a story that a Jacobin uprising was imminent and that only swift action could save the Republic. Then came the date, 18 Brumaire, year 8 of the French Revolutionary calendar, November 9th, 1799. Early in the morning, soldiers surrounded the Tuileries Palace and the chambers of the Council of Ancients and the Council of 500, the two legislative bodies of France. Members of the councils were told they would be moved to Saint-Cloud, just outside Paris, for their safety. Napoleon arrived at the Tuileries in uniform, surrounded by aides and officers. He gave a speech before the Council of Ancients, full of vague declarations. The Republic is in danger. You will not entrust it to a weak government. He claimed that conspirators threatened France and that he had come to save it. The council listened, uncertain. Later that afternoon, Napoleon entered the Council of 500, the lower house, where chaos immediately erupted. Legislators shouted accusations of treason, cries of "down with the dictator" filled the room. Some charged at him, others drew weapons. For a moment, the coup teetered on the edge of failure. Napoleon, stunned by the ferocity of the opposition, stumbled back. His brother Lucien, president of the Council of 500, intervened. He stood on a table, sword drawn, and declared that armed men had infiltrated the chamber and that the council could no longer deliberate safely. Outside, Lucien addressed the troops. "My brother is being threatened by assassins. Will you allow your general to be murdered?" The soldiers, already loyal to Napoleon, responded swiftly. The chamber was cleared by force. By nightfall, the Directory had effectively ceased to exist. 2 of the 5 directors had resigned early. The remaining 3 were arrested or fled. The councils, now cowed and disbanded, passed emergency measures transferring power to a new provisional government, the consulate. Napoleon was named first consul alongside CAS and another temporary figure, Roger Ducos. But it was clear who held the real power. The people did not protest. There was no street fighting, no barricades, no chants. After years of turmoil, many welcomed the coup, not as a betrayal of the revolution, but as its salvation. Napoleon moved quickly to solidify his authority. A new constitution was drafted. It was dense and complicated, filled with checks and balances that gave the appearance of a republic. But in practice, it concentrated power in the hands of the first consul. Napoleon controlled the military, the police, the treasury, and foreign affairs. He appointed judges, managed the legislature, and could call referenda to approve his decisions. The consulate was a republic in name, but in reality it was a dictatorship. One accepted not through violence, but through exhaustion. In the days that followed, he released proclamations to the French people. They were written with his characteristic flair. "Citizens, the revolution is fixed on the principles which began it. It is over." He promised peace, stability, and prosperity. He would not undo the revolution. He would complete it. And, for many, it was enough. In Paris, shops reopened, food prices stabilized, soldiers received pay, roads were repaired, the economy began to recover. Napoleon surrounded himself with talent, administrators, scientists, generals. He restored order without returning to monarchy. Not yet. The coup of 18. Brumaire did not end with blood in the streets or broken promises. It ended with a sigh. The sigh of a nation weary of revolution and eager for control. And as you lie now in quiet stillness, letting your thoughts drift gently like mist over the Seine, ask yourself, can a republic surrender itself without a
fight if the people believe the man who takes it will give them peace?
As the smoke of revolution settled and the halls of the Directory fell quiet, a new structure emerged from the shadows, clean, deliberate, and deceptively elegant. It was called the consulate, and though it was cloaked in the language of republicanism, its heart beat to the rhythm of one man's ambition, Napoleon Bonaparte. After the coup of 18 Brumaire in November 1799, France found itself staring into unfamiliar territory. The chaos of revolutionary government, the ever-changing constitutions, the endless debates, the fragile coalitions, was replaced with swift certainty. No longer would the government rely on multiple voices clashing in fragile balance. Now it would speak through one mouth and march to one step. But Napoleon knew the importance of appearances. He did not proclaim himself king, nor emperor, nor dictator. Instead, he helped draft a new constitution, the Constitution of the Year 8. It was long, dense, and filled with legal finesse. It described 3 consuls, each with clearly defined roles. In theory, they would govern together, but in practice, only the first consul held true power. Napoleon took that title for himself. The other 2, Emmanuel Sieyès and Roger Ducos, faded quickly into the background. Their roles were ceremonial, advisory. The real authority lay with Napoleon. He appointed ministers, ambassadors, judges, generals. He controlled foreign policy and domestic administration. He had the final word on legislation and even the power to override local officials. Though a Senate, tribunate, and legislative body existed, their ability to oppose him was carefully limited. It was a republic in shape, but in spirit it was something else entirely. Still, the people welcomed it. The revolution had delivered a decade of instability. They had seen kings executed, streets run with blood, food grow scarce, and governments collapse again and again. Now, under Napoleon, the markets reopened, roads were repaired, law returned. To the countryside, courts resumed, bread became affordable, taxes were reorganized and enforced fairly. For the first time in years, France could breathe. Napoleon moved swiftly and smartly. He reformed the administration, reducing corruption and inefficiency. He established a system of prefects, loyal governors appointed in each department to enforce his laws. These prefects reported directly to Paris, bypassing local power structures. It was centralization at its finest. He also tackled the economy. The chaotic paper currency of the revolution was replaced. The Bank of France was established in 1800 to stabilize the franc and provide reliable credit. Trade was encouraged. Manufacturing was revived. He understood that legitimacy came not only from military victory, but from the weight of coin in a baker's hand. Perhaps most importantly, Napoleon worked to reconcile with the Catholic Church. The revolution had badly damaged France's relationship with religion. Churches had been closed, priests persecuted, and a state-sponsored cult of reason had replaced traditional worship. But the people remained deeply Catholic, especially in the countryside. Napoleon saw this tension clearly and saw an opportunity. In 1801, he signed the Concordat with Pope Pius VII. The agreement recognized Catholicism as the religion of the majority of French citizens. Churches reopened, clergy were paid by the state, but in return, the church accepted the loss of land seized during the Revolution and agreed not to interfere with the government. Napoleon did not restore the church's power. He reined it in. And by doing so, he pleased the faithful without empowering a rival. This balancing act between old and new, tradition and revolution, defined Napoleon's consulate. He called himself a child of the revolution, but he governed with order and control that the revolution had never known. He retained many of its reforms: equality before the law, abolition of feudal privileges, merit-based advancement, but discarded the chaos and constant reinvention. His France would be strong, stable, and efficient. He also began to shape education. He believed in reason, discipline, and civic pride. In 1802, he established the lycée system, state-run secondary schools for boys, aimed at training future civil servants and officers. These schools emphasized mathematics, science, literature, and, importantly, loyalty to the state. Napoleon understood the value of shaping minds as much as shaping borders. Meanwhile, his legend continued to grow. Every bulletin, every official speech, every painting commissioned by the state added to the myth. He was depicted crossing the Alps on a rearing white horse, though in reality he had taken a mule. He was shown guiding troops through storms, comforting the sick, consulting philosophers. He became both sword and scholar, the ideal man of his time. And while the government outwardly preserved the revolution's legacy, Napoleon slowly reshaped its symbols. The revolutionary calendar was maintained for a time, but the names of months and the decimal clocks faded in use. The red liberty caps disappeared from official documents. The tricolour flag remained, but now it flew behind portraits of the first consul. In 1800, as the world watched, Napoleon led an audacious military campaign across the Alps, in this time into Italy again, to drive out the Austrians. He won a stunning victory at Marengo, securing northern Italy for France once more. The triumph bolstered his standing, not just as a capable administrator, but still as a general unmatched in command. Back home, he staged a referendum, a plebiscite, to confirm the new constitution. The vote passed with overwhelming support. Though the numbers were certainly manipulated, it was a tool he would use again, the will of the people expressed through tightly managed votes. And yet, despite all this consolidation, Napoleon still moved carefully. He did not declare himself king. He made no grand grabs for absolute power. Instead, he allowed the people to believe that their republic had been restored, improved, and protected by him. His motto might well have been order, prosperity, and progress, all in the name of the republic. But as the months passed, that balance shifted. In 1802, he was made first consul for life. It was a subtle yet monumental step. The constitution was revised again. The Senate voted, the people agreed, and Napoleon's rule was no longer bound by time. He had crossed the final threshold. The revolution had begun with cries against tyranny. Now it had delivered a man with more concentrated power than any Bourbon king. And still the people cheered. He had given them peace, security, pride, and progress. The bloodied streets and starving winters of the past were gone. In their place, schools, roads, laws, and victory. They did not ask whether the Republic remained true to its founding. They asked only if it worked, and Napoleon, for now, made sure that it did. As you settle now into quiet calm, let your thoughts wander gently across this truth. When a nation no longer fears a crown but craves a firm hand, can it recognize when freedom has been traded for comfort? By 1802, France had changed beyond recognition. The chaos of revolution had been swept away, replaced by smooth bureaucracy and the steady rhythm of progress. Roads were rebuilt, canals flowed again, the courts functioned, tax revenues grew, the countryside was at peace. And standing above it all, calm and seemingly immovable, was Napoleon Bonaparte, first consul for life. The Republic still existed on paper, the tricolour flag still flew, laws still opened with the words, "In the name of the French people." But the people no longer ruled, their assemblies were managed, their votes pre-decided, their debates muted, yet few complained. After a decade of war and terror, hunger and collapse, the French wanted safety more than slogans. They had learned that ideals could be devoured by extremism, and liberty could be a dangerous feast. Napoleon, by contrast, offered discipline, order, and a sense of national pride. He gave them a nation they could understand again, a France not at war with itself. In 1802, a treaty signed with Britain, the Treaty of Amiens, gave the country a brief peace. It was the first time in nearly 10 years that French soldiers were not actively fighting across the continent. People dared to hope that the long storm had passed, but peace, for Napoleon, was only an interlude. He did not trust the British to keep the treaty, and he knew Austria and Russia were still resentful. He used the quiet to prepare. France's armies were re-equipped, officers were promoted, fortifications were repaired. He was not building peace, he was building a future empire. At home, Napoleon's reforms continued. He restructured the judiciary, he rewrote laws. In 1804, these efforts culminated in the Napoleonic Code, a sweeping legal system that organized French civil law into clear, accessible rules. It guaranteed property rights, established secular authority, and enshrined merit-based advancement. The code would outlive Napoleon himself, becoming the basis for legal systems across Europe and beyond. It was a triumph of clarity and control. Under the code, every citizen was equal in law. But in practice, Napoleon's state remained deeply hierarchical. He appointed judges, selected mayors, and chose ministers. The press was censored, police forces expanded, surveillance of political dissidents increased. There was freedom, yes, but it had borders now, and they were marked with silence. Then came the next step, inevitable and orchestrated. In May 1804, the Senate, packed with loyalists, passed a resolution declaring that Napoleon Bonaparte should be Emperor of the French. It claimed the move was to protect the achievements of the revolution and ensure stability. A plebiscite, a national vote, followed. Predictably, it returned an overwhelming majority in favor. The vote was real, but it was not free. Napoleon accepted the title without hesitation. He would not be crowned by divine right like wicked kings before him. He would be crowned by the will of the people. But in this France, the people's will had been shaped, carved like marble, until it matched the figure already waiting to rule. The coronation was set for December 2, 1804 at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. It was a spectacle of contradiction. Republican France, born in fire and revolution, now held a ceremony rich with imperial grandeur. Pope Pius VII travelled from Rome to preside. Bishops in silk robes stood alongside generals in gold-braided uniforms. The music soared, the incense curled upward like prayers, But the most symbolic moment came when the crown, heavy, golden, rimmed with laurel, was offered to the Pope. Napoleon took it before the pontiff could move, and with steady hands he placed it on his own head. He crowned himself. The gesture was deliberate. He would take power not from God, not from church, and not from tradition, but from his own hand, from the weight of his will and the myth he had forged. The people watched, some with awe, some with doubt, but few dared resist. The revolution had come full circle. From monarchy to republic, from terror to hope, and now to empire. The names had changed. The flags had changed. But France once again had a sovereign. And Napoleon, now Emperor Napoleon I, wasted no time in acting like one. He established a court modelled on Roman and Carolingian examples. Titles returned, dukes, counts, barons, all loyal to him. His brothers were given thrones across Europe. His stepchildren were married into noble families. His generals became nobility. The revolution's dream of a society without ranks had faded like morning mist. Yet even now, many in France supported him. Why? Because he delivered. The economy stabilized. Roads, bridges, and schools expanded. The military was proud and feared. France was respected again, not as a revolutionary state, but as a power among powers. Napoleon had not destroyed the revolution. He had used it as a ladder, climbing past every government, every ideal, until he stood above them all. But beneath the glory, cracks remained. The wars would return, alliances would break, the peace of Amiens would collapse, and with it, the fragile illusion that one man could hold both crown and republic in the same hand. Still in that moment, in the echoing halls of Notre Dame, with the crown upon his head and the world watching, Napoleon Bonaparte had completed his quiet conquest, not by cannon, not by guillotine, but by conviction and calculation. The revolution had not ended in chaos. It had ended in coronation. And as your thoughts drift now, light as feathers on midnight air, ask yourself this. When power is taken not by force but by consent, when people trade liberty for order, is it truly lost or simply waiting? The echoes of revolution still lingered in the streets of Paris in the early 1800s, but the city no longer pulsed with radical cries of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The fevered chants had been replaced by quiet order, the kind that settles after long storms. France, bruised by a decade of upheaval, now looked to one man for guidance, leadership, and, increasingly, control. Napoleon Bonaparte, once a general in service to the Republic, had become first consul for life. But power, once tasted in its totality, rarely stops expanding. The next step was not whispered in dark rooms or plotted in secret. It was prepared openly, confidently, under the guise of national security and historical destiny. The Republic, so carefully guarded in speeches and slogans, was now a formality. By 1803, war with Britain had resumed. The fragile peace of the Treaty of Amiens had shattered. British ships blockaded French ports. Hostilities reignited across the continent. To many in France, it was proof that the revolution had failed to bring lasting peace. The dream of a harmonious republic, strong and equal, had given way to the old realities: conflict, diplomacy, alliances, and war. And war demanded strength, not just in armies, but in command. It was in this climate of renewed danger that Napoleon and his allies proposed the next transformation, the establishment of an empire. They claimed that France needed a stable, hereditary system of government to ensure its future, one that could not be undone by plots or factional disputes. And so the word emperor returned to French political life. The justification was carefully framed. Napoleon would not become emperor by divine right like the kings of old. He would be crowned by the people through a vote, through a constitution, through the will of the nation. He would not be a monarch in the traditional sense, but a guardian of the revolution's achievements. That was the promise. On May 18, 1804, the Senate passed a decree proclaiming Napoleon as Emperor of the French. The public response was managed, choreographed, and mostly approving. A plebiscite followed. A national referendum. Ballot boxes were placed across the country. Citizens were asked to vote, yes or no, should Napoleon become emperor. The result, like most of Napoleon's plebiscites, was overwhelmingly in favor. More than 3.5 million votes for yes, with fewer than 3,000 recorded as no. Whether the count was accurate or inflated mattered little. The impression was clear: the people supported him. The preparations for the coronation began immediately. Napoleon chose Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris as the venue, not the traditional coronation site of Reims, where the old Bourbon kings had been crowned. This was not a return to monarchy, he insisted, but the beginning of something new. The French Empire would not look back, it would look forward. Ancient in name, but revolutionary in purpose. Pope Pius VII was invited to attend, an unusual move in post-revolutionary France. The Concordat of 1801 had already repaired some of the damage between church and state. Now Napoleon wanted the church's presence, but not its authority. He did not need blessing, only symbolism. The city transformed for the event. Streets were cleaned, flags and banners hung from balconies, artists painted grand backdrops, musicians rehearsed, embroiderers stitched gold thread into robes. Every detail was managed, from the Latin phrases on official scrolls to the design of the imperial crown itself, a golden laurel wreath reminiscent
of Roman Caesars. On December 2, 1804, thousands gathered outside Notre Dame.
Inside, the cathedral shimmered with candlelight and gilded splendor. Nobles, generals, diplomats, and dignitaries filled the pews. The Pope sat near the altar. Musicians played solemn processions as Napoleon and Josephine entered. Napoleon wore a white silk tunic with golden embroidery, a red velvet mantle, and a crown designed in the Roman style. Josephine, radiant in an empire-waisted gown and jewel-laden cape, followed. But the most striking moment came at the altar, as the Pope prepared to place the crown on Napoleon's head. The traditional act of divine consecration. Napoleon stepped forward. He took the crown himself, turned, and placed it on his own head. It was not rebellion. It was a message. Power in this new empire did not descend from God. It did not rise from bloodlines. It came from will. His will. The act, captured forever, in paintings and memory, defined Napoleon's reign. Even in the heart of religious tradition, he remained sovereign, autonomous, and unbending. After crowning himself, Napoleon turned to Josephine and crowned her empress. The ceremony continued with oaths of allegiance, blessings, and military salutes. Outside, cannons fired, bells rang, the city erupted in celebration. The French Empire had been born, not in battle, but in ritual. But the transformation was not merely symbolic. The institutions of France changed too. The new constitution gave the emperor sweeping powers. He controlled the army, the administration, the press, the judiciary. The Senate became a tool for formalizing his will. A new nobility was established, marshals of the empire, counts, dukes, all loyal to Napoleon. Titles returned, though they were no longer inherited by divine right, but granted for service. The revolution had once destroyed the concept of nobility. Now it returned, reinvented, rationalized and bound to merit, or at least loyalty. Schools taught lessons on Napoleon's greatness. Textbooks were revised, coins bore his image, paintings showed him as a Roman emperor, a modern Caesar, a man of destiny. Churches prayed for his health, the press praised his leadership. Opposition was not just discouraged, it was carefully erased. And yet many citizens, even former revolutionaries, accepted it. He had brought peace, law, stability, and prestige. He had restored France's dignity after years of humiliation. He had turned military victories into national pride and personal ambition into national structure. For now the empire worked, but even in those first days of grandeur, the seeds of future conflict were already sown. Europe watched with unease. Monarchs feared contagion. Britain, Austria, Russia, all knew that Napoleon's empire would not stop at its borders. War would return. It always did. But within the candlelit halls of Notre Dame on that December morning, those worries seemed distant. In that moment, France had crowned its destiny, and its destiny had crowned itself. Now, as your eyelids grow heavier and the night folds around your thoughts like velvet, let this question linger. If a republic crowns an emperor, is it still a republic, or merely a memory in disguise? The echo of the coronation ceremony at Notre Dame had barely faded when Napoleon Bonaparte began the deeper work of reshaping the French state, not just in form, but in spirit. The crown upon his head was more than a symbol. It was a declaration of his intention to reforge France as an empire of order, hierarchy, and enduring structure, all under his watchful eye. France had entered the 19th century exhausted from revolution. 10 years of instability had left the country rich in ideas but poor in unity. Institutions had been built and dismantled, laws rewritten and discarded, and loyalty had become as fragile as paper. Napoleon understood that if his empire was to survive, it could not rest on temporary charisma alone. It needed permanence, so he began to build. The framework of the consulate was retained in name, but the government's machinery was reconfigured to serve the emperor directly. The Senate, once a deliberative body, now existed to confirm Napoleon's decrees. It became a rubber stamp, its members appointed for life and chosen for their loyalty. The tribunate and legislative body, which had once debated laws, were gradually silenced or dissolved. Power flowed upward and ultimately into the emperor's hands. Prefects, regional administrators appointed by Napoleon himself, became the face of the state in every corner of France. They reported directly to Paris, bypassing local assemblies and neutralizing dissent. These prefects supervised policing, tax collection, education, and even cultural events. They enforced imperial law with discipline and efficiency. Beneath them, mayors and sub-prefects followed orders. Local autonomy was replaced with centralized control. This was no longer the fluid democracy of revolutionary dreams. It was a disciplined empire where every gear turned because the emperor willed it. Yet Napoleon was not only a tactician of institutions. He was a master of symbols. He understood that power must not only be exercised, it must be seen, admired, and revered. He redesigned court rituals, blending revolutionary simplicity with imperial splendor. The Tuileries Palace became the imperial residence, adorned with emblems that merged Roman authority with revolutionary colors. Imperial bees, ancient symbols of hard work and immortality, replaced Bourbon fleur-de-lis. The eagle, long associated with Rome, became the standard of the Grande Armée. His monogram, a golden N, was carved into banners, woven into carpets, and stamped on state documents. Clothing changed too. Court uniforms grew elaborate once more, with golden embroidery, epaulets, and satin sashes. Empress Josephine was dressed like a goddess of antiquity, crowned with laurels and pearls. Nobles bowed again in the salons, though now they did so, to a man who had once slept on straw as a Corsican cadet. Napoleon reintroduced nobility, not by blood, but by service. In 1808, he created a new imperial aristocracy. Titles were bestowed not through ancestry, but through accomplishment, loyalty, and usefulness to the regime. Generals became marshals, ministers became counts, and even wealthy bankers and administrators were named barons or dukes. This nobility had duties: military service, administrative responsibility, public allegiance. Their children inherited titles, but not automatically their income. It was a blend of meritocracy and tradition, a structure built to last and built to serve. Napoleon's brothers and relatives were elevated as well. He placed them on the thrones of Europe, kings of Spain, Naples, Holland, and Westphalia. It was a family empire stitched across borders with the thread of kinship and conquest. Education became a key pillar of imperial order. He expanded the lycée system, state-run secondary schools designed to train bureaucrats, soldiers, and loyal citizens. These schools focused on discipline, mathematics, Latin, history, and civics. Loyalty to France and to the emperor was emphasized in both curriculum and ceremony. In 1806, the University of France was created, a centralized body that oversaw all education in the country. From village classrooms to elite academies, every level of learning now operated under imperial oversight. The church, once a rival for loyalty, was reshaped too. Though the Concordat of 1801 had restored relations between France and the papacy, Napoleon kept the church firmly under his thumb. Bishops were nominated by him, clergy received salaries from the state, sermons were expected to praise the emperor. Religion was not to challenge the empire, it was to sanctify it. The media too came under control. Napoleon reduced the number of newspapers in Paris from more than 60 to just 4, all subject to state censorship. Editors were carefully selected. News was filtered. Official bulletins and imperial decrees filled the pages. Dissenting voices fell silent, not always by force, but by design. The arts flourished, in service of power. Painters like Jacques-Louis David created grand, historical portraits showing Napoleon as a modern-day Caesar, a benevolent lawgiver, a wise warrior. Sculptors carved his likeness into marble. Musicians composed marches and operas to honor his victories. Architecture followed suit. Grand arches, columns, and avenues designed to showcase imperial triumph. Perhaps the most iconic was the Arc de Triomphe, commissioned in 1806. It would take decades to finish, but the vision was clear, a monument to French soldiers, to Napoleon's victories, and to the glory of an empire built on their backs. Through it all, Napoleon remained at the center, not as a distant monarch, but as a constant presence. He inspected troops personally, rode with his generals, met with administrators, and oversaw policy in exhausting detail. His image was everywhere, in schools, in churches, in homes. He was not just a ruler, he was the empire, and yet amid The grandeur, there were tensions. Republicans grumbled in private, monarchists plotted in exile. Some felt unease at the growing surveillance and censorship. Others, especially in the provinces, missed the freedom to speak or worship without state oversight, but few spoke openly. The benefits were tangible. Streets were safer, grain was plentiful, jobs returned, roads and bridges were repaired, merchants thrived, the empire functioned. It was a trade many were willing to make, freedom in exchange for stability. And so, under gilded ceilings and stone columns, a new France had been constructed, one that dressed in Roman splendor, spoke in the language of duty, and knelt before a man who had begun as a soldier of the Republic. As your eyes begin to close and your mind drifts toward the quiet corners of night, let this thought rest beside you. When a society accepts the robes of empire, can it still hear the voice of revolution? As the golden eagles of the empire soared above official buildings and the imperial N shimmered on standards and seals across France, a deeper transformation was taking root beneath the surface. Napoleon Bonaparte's empire was not built only on conquest or coronation. It was cemented by law, structure, and the careful crafting of legacy. He was not merely a warlord in uniform, nor simply a crowned ruler. He was a master builder, and what he built was designed to endure. At the heart of this foundation lay the Napoleonic Code. First issued in 1804, the same year he became emperor, the Code was the most comprehensive legal reform France had seen in centuries. It was written with clarity and simplicity, deliberately crafted to be understood not only by judges and lawyers but by ordinary citizens. Its 2,081 articles touched nearly every part of life: property rights, civil contracts, family law, inheritance, personal conduct, and legal procedures. Gone were the tangled, inconsistent feudal laws that had varied from province to province. In their place came a unified civil code, equal in application from Paris to Marseille, from peasant to prince. It was revolutionary in content, even if monarchic in context. The code abolished feudal privileges, confirmed the abolition of hereditary nobility, even as Napoleon created a new one, protected property rights, and enshrined the legal equality of all male citizens. It established secular civil marriage and divorce, regulated parental authority, and created clearer definitions of contracts and legal obligations. But beneath the surface of these reforms, certain truths remained. Women, for example, were treated as legal minors in many respects. A married woman had fewer rights than her husband. Fathers had authority over children. Wives required their husband's permission for many legal transactions. The revolution's brief flirtation with gender equality was swept aside, replaced by a patriarchal model that favored order over progress. Still, for most Frenchmen, the code represented justice. It was predictable, rational, and fairer than anything that had come before. Napoleon himself took immense pride in it. "My real glory," he would later say, "is not the 40 battles I have won, but the civil code. That is what will endure," and in many ways, he was right. The Napoleonic Code would spread far beyond France, adopted or adapted in countries across Europe and Latin America, and still forming the basis of civil law in parts of the world today. But law alone does not hold an empire. Napoleon also knew the power of memory. He was a meticulous curator of his own story. Official publications, government-sanctioned artworks, and public ceremonies all worked to weave the narrative of a man destined to lead. He was the guardian of the revolution, the peacemaker of France, the champion of merit, the architect of modern governance. His achievements were broadcast not just in Paris, but across the provinces and even the continent. In schools, students read about his victories. In town squares, statues rose in his honor. His face appeared on coins, in paintings, and in stained glass. His name was etched into arches, buildings, and books. Every element of statehood was drawn into his orbit. The Legion of Honor, founded in 1802, became France's highest award, granted to soldiers, scholars, artisans, and administrators who had served the nation and, by extension, the emperor. It replaced the aristocratic honors of the old regime with something new, a merit-based system that nonetheless fed Napoleon's grip on power. Recipients wore red ribbons and medals. Ceremonies were held in imperial fashion. Their loyalty was rewarded not just with medals, but pensions and prestige. The Legion, like everything else in the empire, bound service and recognition to Napoleon himself. But what of liberty? The revolution had promised a nation of free citizens. It had sung of rights, of free speech, of the sovereignty of the people. Yet by 1805 those ideas had been reshaped, not abandoned, but carefully packaged to serve the empire's image. The press, once wild and plural, had been tamed. Only a handful of newspapers remained, and all were subject to censorship. Editors received direct orders. Topics were carefully controlled. Criticism of the government, or of Napoleon, was forbidden. Freedom of assembly had vanished quietly. Political clubs no longer met. Dissenters were watched by secret police. Spies infiltrated salons. Arrests could be made without public explanation. Trials could be postponed indefinitely. And yet many citizens did not feel enslaved. They saw schools functioning, markets thriving, laws enforced. There were jobs, roads, canals, bridges, and order. Liberty had become less about free expression and more about personal security. And as long as Napoleon provided that, through force and law, few were willing to challenge him. Meanwhile, France's borders expanded. The empire swallowed new territories either through annexation or alliance. Belgium, the Netherlands, parts of Italy, and Western Germany came under French control or influence. French civil law, administrative systems, and educational reforms followed closely behind. In cities like Milan, Naples, and Warsaw, French governors enforced the code. Local rulers were often Napoleon's relatives. Europe, fractured and suspicious, watched in alarm. Britain remained the greatest threat, unyielding and untouchable, across the sea. The Royal Navy ruled the waves, making any invasion of the British Isles impossible. Napoleon's ambitions shifted to economic warfare, the continental system, a blockade intended to strangle British trade by banning European countries from importing British goods. It was bold, but it also strained France's own economy. Black markets thrived, smugglers grew rich, allied nations resented the restrictions. Still, Napoleon pressed on. Back home, he celebrated military victories at Ulm and Austerlitz, triumphs that seemed to confirm his divine right to lead. In each victory, he expanded the myth. In each speech, he returned to his role as protector of the revolution's legacy. And yet, as he built monument upon monument, law upon law, he was also building a paradox. France had become one of the most efficient and progressive states in Europe. It had fairer laws, better infrastructure, stronger administration, and more upward mobility than most monarchies, but all of it rested on the shoulders of one man. If he fell, what would remain, as 1805 turned to 1806 and the crown upon Napoleon's head grew heavier with expectation, many in Europe began to see what the French people could not, or would not. That behind the banners of liberty, behind the statues and speeches, the revolution had not triumphed. It had been absorbed. And now, as you drift softly toward sleep, allow your thoughts to wander one last time through marble halls and quiet libraries, through sunlit classrooms and busy courts, through the empire that rose from revolution, yet slowly erased it. And wonder, is it more dangerous when liberty is taken, or when it is replaced by something that feels just as good? In the wake of revolution and the shadow of empire, France in the early 1800s found itself at a crossroads between chaos and continuity. It had shed its monarchy, flirted with democracy, survived the guillotine, and then bowed to the authority of a single man. But for all the thunder of cannons and the ceremony of coronations, perhaps the most lasting legacy of Napoleon Bonaparte was something quiet, structured, and written not in blood, but in ink, the Napoleonic Code. For centuries, before France had not been one nation of laws, but many. The country was a patchwork of legal traditions, north and south divided by Roman and Germanic influences, towns governed by their own local customs, nobles with rights not shared by peasants, and clergy shielded by ecclesiastical law. Contracts were inconsistent. Inheritance was often arbitrary. The concept of legal equality was not only foreign, it was nearly unthinkable. The revolution had promised change. In theory, it had swept away the old feudal privileges, abolished nobility, and declared that all men were equal under the law. But in practice, the system remained uncertain. The laws were provisional, courts were disorganized. Rights existed more in declarations than in everyday life. The people needed more than promises, they needed clarity. They needed rules. Napoleon, ever the strategist, understood that his empire could not be built on unstable ground. He believed that true power came not just from victory, but from legitimacy, and legitimacy required a foundation of law. In 1800, a commission of 4 jurists was appointed to draft a unified civil code for all of France. The men chosen were practical, educated, and deeply aware of the delicate task before them. They had to balance revolutionary principles with traditional structures. They had to bring order without returning to monarchy. They had to make law that every French citizen, from Parisian banker to Provençal farmer, could understand. They worked with astonishing speed. Over the course of just 4 months, they produced the first draft. Over the next 4 years, it was reviewed, debated, and revised by legislators, administrators, and Napoleon himself. He attended sessions, questioned definitions, challenged assumptions. He demanded that the law be precise, understandable, and enforceable. It was not to be a scholar's monument, but a living tool. In 1804, the Code Civil des Français, later known simply as the Napoleonic Code, was enacted. It was divided into 3 books. The first, on persons, covering marriage, paternity, divorce, and civil rights. The second, on property, defining ownership, possession, and the transfer of goods. The third, on the methods of acquiring property, contracts, inheritance, and obligations. Together they formed a single, coherent, legal framework. And though it was revolutionary in origin, the code was conservative in tone. It emphasized stability, order, and hierarchy, values that Napoleon prized more than ideological purity. At its core, the code made 3 powerful promises: equality before the law, no more noble exemptions, no clerical privileges, no regional exceptions. Every man, regardless of birth, was subject to the same rules. Secular justice. The courts were no longer beholden to the church. Marriage became a civil contract. Divorce, though restricted, was allowed. Religion would no longer dictate legal rights. Clear, accessible language, the laws were written plainly, avoiding the convoluted Latin and legal jargon of the past. The idea was simple. The citizen should not need a priest or noble to understand his rights, but the code also reinforced certain social structures. While it guaranteed many civil liberties, it placed the father at the head of the family. Women, were subject to their husbands. They could not sign contracts or sue in court without permission. Children owed obedience. A husband could imprison his wife for adultery. The reverse was not equally allowed. The code was not radical in these matters. It reflected the conservative, patriarchal views of the time and of Napoleon himself. He saw the household as a microcosm of the state, strong, centralized, and obedient. Still, compared to the fractured, legal world it replaced, the code was a marvel of logic and unity. It quickly took hold in France. Courts were reorganized to reflect its structure. Judges were trained to apply it uniformly. Prefects and mayors were instructed to uphold its principles. Disputes were now settled by clear procedure. Citizens knew their duties and their protections, but its reach did not stop at French borders. Wherever Napoleon's armies marched, the code followed. In Belgium, the Netherlands, parts of Italy and Germany, the code was introduced, often replacing systems rooted in medieval privilege. In many cases, the people welcomed it. For the first time, they had equal rights before the law. Contracts were enforceable. Property was protected. Even after Napoleon's fall, the code endured. In France, it was never repealed. Modified, yes, but its structure remains. In many countries, it became the basis of national law. The civil codes of Italy, Spain, Portugal, and much of Latin America were shaped by its model. In the Middle East and parts of Africa, echoes of it still linger. Why did it last? Because it solved a problem every society faces: how to create rules that are both fair and firm, adaptable and clear. It offered a model of governance rooted not in personality, but in principle, even as it carried the imprint of one man's hand. Napoleon may have crowned himself emperor, commanded vast armies, and redrawn the map of Europe. But long after, his throne was toppled and his name cast in controversy, the Napoleonic Code remained in courtrooms, in classrooms, and in the quiet moments when two people signed a contract, divided property, or argued inheritance. It brought peace where
once there was confusion.
It brought justice, imperfect but real, where once there had been privilege. And as you drift now into quiet rest, let this thought wrap gently around you like the closing pages of a well-kept book. What truly survives a revolution? The roar of ideals, or the quiet law that follows after? By the early 1800s, as Napoleon Bonaparte's armies marched from one corner of Europe to the next, they brought with them more than cannons and uniforms. They carried something far more lasting: a book, a philosophy, a system. The Napoleonic Code, born in Parisian committee rooms and legal salons, was not only reshaping France.
It was crossing borders, planting itself into foreign soil, and transforming the very fabric of law and governance in nations once ruled by kings, bishops, and feudal lords. This was not mere occupation. It was transformation. When Napoleon took
Power in France, he inherited not just a troubled nation, but a continent tangled in tradition. In many European territories, the law was still a privilege, fragmented and personal. Aristocrats had exemptions, church courts had authority. Towns operated by custom. Inheritance laws varied from valley to valley. There was no common justice, only localized order. Napoleon saw this chaos as a weakness and an opportunity. Wherever his influence spread, so too did his legal vision. And though each country had its own culture and resistance, the logic of the Napoleonic Code was often undeniable. It promised clarity where confusion reigned, equality where privilege had lingered, and a form of justice that, while imperfect, was fairer than what many had known. The first to adopt the code were Napoleon's sister republics, the client states he established across Europe. In Italy, the Cisalpine Republic, later the Kingdom of Italy, accepted French legal reforms quickly. The code brought consistent rules for marriage, contracts, and property. It abolished feudal dues, it centralized administration. For peasants and merchants alike, it was a revolution not of flags, but of daily life. The Kingdom of Naples, under Napoleon's brother Joseph and later Joachim Murat, also implemented the code. Here, centuries of aristocratic dominance were undone almost overnight. Feudal rights were cancelled, serfs gained legal freedom, courts no longer bent to noble will, but followed written, uniform procedure. In Belgium and the Netherlands, annexed by France, the code replaced a patchwork of
Austrian, Spanish, and local laws.
It was particularly impactful in urban centres, where trade and property disputes had long suffered from legal uncertainty. Dutch merchants, once governed by overlapping guild rules and city edicts, now had a single framework to operate under. In the German lands, especially in the Rhineland, the impact was deep and lasting. These regions had long lived under the fragmented legal structure of the Holy Roman Empire, a relic of overlapping sovereignties and church influence. When Napoleon's forces took control, they dismantled the old system and replaced it with something far more streamlined: French civil codes, modern courts, and secular legal procedures. Many locals, despite disliking French rule, came to appreciate the legal clarity the code offered. It brought predictability to contracts, protected property, and limited arbitrary arrests. Even after Napoleon's defeat, regions like the Rhineland retained parts of the code, refusing to return entirely to the old order. The code even reached as far east as Poland, when Napoleon created the Duchy of Warsaw. This semi-independent state, carved out of Prussian lands, used the Napoleonic Code as the basis for its legal system. For a people long oppressed and divided, the idea of legal equality and modern governance was both symbolic and practical. But not every adoption was smooth. In Spain, where French occupation was bitterly resisted, the code was introduced by Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother, who was installed as king. The Spanish people, fiercely loyal to their traditions and monarchy, saw the code as another tool of imperialism. Uprisings erupted, guerrilla warfare spread. While some reforms were introduced, many were rolled back after Napoleon's eventual retreat. Still, even in Spain, the seed had been planted. Later, legal reforms would echo its structure. One of the code's great strengths and reasons for its spread was its portability. Unlike the tangled common law of England, which relied heavily on precedent and interpretation, the Napoleonic code was concise, structured, and written in accessible language. It could be translated, adapted, and applied. It was flexible enough to cross cultures, but solid enough to provide stability. Its influence wasn't limited to Napoleon's lifetime. Even after his fall in 1815, many of the territories that had adopted the code did not abandon it. Why? Because it worked. In Italy, where the unification movement would rise later in the 19th century, the Napoleonic Code provided a legal model. As different regions merged into a single kingdom, they turned to the code for consistency. In Germany, especially, the Rhineland and Baden, the legal traditions established during French occupation persisted. Judges and lawyers trained under the code continued to use its principles even after Prussian control was restored. In Belgium, which had lived under French law for over a decade, the code became so embedded in daily life that later governments simply built upon it. Even beyond Europe, the code traveled. Latin America, inspired by the Enlightenment and disillusioned by colonial rule, looked to France for models of independence and governance. As nations like Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina drafted their own civil codes in the 19th century, they drew heavily from the Napoleonic model. In Egypt, Napoleon's brief occupation did not bring lasting French rule, but his legal and administrative influence lingered. Later, Egyptian legal reforms, particularly under Muhammad Ali and his successors, adopted parts of the code, blending them with Islamic traditions. Quebec in Canada maintained a French legal tradition even after British conquest. Its civil code, rewritten in the 1860s, was deeply influenced by the Napoleonic Code and remains so today. Louisiana in the United States also carried echoes of the code. As a former French colony, it retained civil law traditions distinct from the rest of the US, and many of its legal principles, particularly in family and property law, reflect the Napoleonic legacy. In each of these places, the code did more than regulate daily life. It reshaped how people thought about law as something written, stable, and belonging to all. Yet the code's spread was not without critics. Some
argued it was too rigid.
Others noted its patriarchal structure, or its favoring of property over personal freedom. In colonies, the code often reinforced racial hierarchies and failed to deliver true equality. Still, its impact was undeniable. Napoleon may have dreamed of military domination, but his true conquest, quiet, legal, and enduring, was through civil code. His laws outlasted his empire. His reforms, born in the tension between revolution and monarchy, between chaos and control, took root in lands that would never raise his flag. As you close your eyes now and the image of dusty battlefields fades into the quiet halls of courtroom and libraries, consider this: can an empire survive without armies? If it leaves behind laws that reshape the very idea of justice? In the quiet offices of Parisian courthouses today, in the orderly rhythm of notarial contracts, in the structure of property disputes or marriage settlements, a faint echo still lingers, not of revolution nor empire, but of something sturdier and more persistent. The Napoleonic Code, born over 2 centuries ago, lives on not as a relic, but as the legal spine of modern France and a legacy written into the governance of nations around the world. Long after Napoleon's exile to St. Helena, long after his empire had collapsed into the pages of military history, his civil code endured. It did not vanish with his defeat in 1815. Instead, it quietly survived each new regime: the Bourbon Restoration, the July Monarchy, the Second Republic, the Second Empire, and even the Third Republic. Why? Because it worked. It brought coherence where there had been confusion. It provided uniformity across diverse regions. And most of all, it offered a legal system that could adapt without unraveling. A framework that remained firm even as the society it served continued to evolve. The original Napoleonic Code, passed in 1804, has of course undergone reforms. French society has changed. Women have gained full legal status. Marriage laws have been modernized. Inheritance and labor codes have been updated. But the core structure, the clarity, the style, the organization, has remained largely intact. To this day, French civil law is organized around 5 main codes, all rooted in Napoleon's original vision. The Civil Code, Code Civil, governing personal rights, property, family, and obligations. The Code of Civil Procedure, outlining the workings of the courts and legal processes. The Penal Code, defining crimes and punishments. The Commercial Code, regulating business, trade and commerce. The Labor Code, governing relations between employers and employees. These codes have inspired admiration well beyond France's borders. In fact, they've become blueprints, not only for European nations, but for legal systems across Latin America, North Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Asia. In Italy, the unified nation's first civil code, enacted in 1865, was heavily modelled on the Napoleonic Code. Even after multiple revisions, the basic structure remains recognizable, a tribute to Napoleon's legal architects more than half a century earlier. In Spain and Portugal, similar adoptions took place. The Iberian Peninsula had resisted Napoleon's rule with fierce passion, yet it quietly absorbed his legal ideas in the decades that followed. Spain's civil code of 1889 and Portugal's of 1867 both drew from the French model in their organization and language. Latin America, which was in the midst of independence movements during the early 19th century, found in the Napoleonic Code a legal foundation suitable for new republics. From Mexico to Argentina, leaders sought civil codes that would reflect the ideals of equality and secularism while maintaining administrative order. For these new nations, the code represented modernity, stability, and sovereignty. Even in Egypt, where Napoleon's military campaign had ended in defeat, his influence left legal footprints. During the 19th century, Egyptian leaders like Muhammad Ali undertook sweeping modernization efforts. French-trained jurists helped develop new legal codes inspired by the Napoleonic system. The Egyptian Civil Code of 1949, drafted in part by French-educated jurists and notably influenced by jurist Abdelrazak El-Sanhouri, remains the basis of Egyptian civil law today, and has in turn influenced neighboring countries like Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and Kuwait. In Louisiana, the code left one of its most unique marks. As a former French colony, Louisiana retained many civil law principles even after it became part of the United States. While the rest of the U.S. follows the English common law system, Louisiana's legal code is rooted in civil law, and its civil code reflects Napoleonic structure and philosophy, a legacy preserved in courtrooms from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. The code's resilience lies not just in where it spread, but in how it evolved. It was designed not as an eternal, unchangeable document, but as a living code, adaptable, amendable, responsive to society's shifts. Even the European Union, in crafting its harmonized approach to civil justice and consumer protection, has drawn from civil law traditions rooted in Napoleonic principles. In this way, Napoleon's code not only survived the fall of his empire, it outlived many that followed. But there is more to this legacy than technical legal structure. The Napoleonic Code represents a philosophical shift in human history. Before it, law had often been the domain of elites. Unwritten, inconsistent, or so steeped in tradition that it served power rather than people. The Code declared that laws should be written, rational, accessible, and secular. It enshrined the idea that every citizen could understand the rules that governed them, and that those rules would be applied equally. That vision, that law could serve the public good without needing to justify itself through church or crown, was as revolutionary as any battlefield victory. Of course, the Code was not perfect. Its treatment of women reflected patriarchal norms of its time. It prioritized property over personal freedoms. In colonial contexts, it was often applied unevenly, reinforcing structures of control. But even these flaws are part of its story, a story of a legal system evolving alongside the society it aims to serve. And so today, in a courtroom in Paris, a judge may quote articles whose structure remains unchanged since 1804. In Cairo, a property dispute may be resolved using concepts introduced by French scholars 2 centuries ago. In Quito or Quebec or Hanoi, echoes of Napoleon's civil vision can still be found in the logic of legal procedure and the organization of codes. Napoleon may have once claimed that his greatest triumph was not Austerlitz or Marengo, but the Code Civil, and in that history has largely agreed. It is the rare kind of power that survives without a throne, a quiet empire of paper and principle, still unfolding long after its emperor has fallen. Now, as you rest in the gentle quiet of night, your thoughts drifting softly over time and memory, ask yourself, what is the true legacy of a leader? The wars he wins or the laws he leaves behind? Long before the imperial robes and laurel crowns, before the Arc de Triomphe bore his name, or the world feared his ambition, Napoleon Bonaparte was a young general with something to prove. In 1796, at the age of just 26, he was handed command of the ragged, demoralized army of Italy, a gesture made more from political convenience than faith in his genius. Yet within months he would transform not only the fate of that army, but the entire nature of modern warfare. The Italy campaign of 1796-1797 was not supposed to be glorious. It was a distraction, a secondary front, while the main French forces focused on the Rhine. The army of Italy had been starved of supplies, their boots worn thin, their pay inconsistent. Their reputation was one of disorder. Few believed that real victory could come through the Alps. Napoleon thought otherwise. Upon arriving, he immediately asserted himself. He surveyed the troops, observed the terrain, and moved with startling speed. He issued proclamations promising glory, wealth, and honor. "Soldiers," he told them, "you are hungry and naked. The government owes you nothing, but I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. There you will find
honor, glory, and riches."
He spoke not just to their pride, but to their empty stomachs. And they followed. What followed was not simply a series of victories, but the birth of a new kind of warfare. Napoleon's strategy in Italy was bold, mobile, and psychological. He understood the terrain intimately, the river crossings, the mountain passes, the valleys. He used geography as a weapon. Rather than confront the Austrians and their allies in head-on battles of attrition, he divided their forces, struck at their flanks, and separated armies before they could unite. At Montenotte, he executed a classic divide-and-conquer tactic, isolating the Austro-Piedmontese alliance and forcing them to retreat. At Lodi, he pushed his men across a narrow bridge under cannon fire, charging forward with them, and cementing the legend of his personal bravery. At Castiglione, Arcole, and Rivoli, he used fast marches, deception, and terrain manipulation. To outmaneuver larger forces, he was redefining warfare not with numbers, but with movement and timing. He reorganized his army into corps, flexible units that could march separately and fight independently, yet come together quickly for major engagements. This modular structure allowed him to outpace enemy generals who relied on slower, centralized planning. He also emphasized intelligence, scouting, intercepting messages, sowing confusion in enemy lines. But Napoleon's genius wasn't limited to tactics. He understood the theater of war. Every battle was a performance. He published glowing bulletins, exaggerated victories, minimized losses, and named the battles for their triumph rather than their bloodshed. His soldiers became celebrities. He promised them honor and delivered it in headlines and medals. Morale surged. Even his enemies began to sense they were dealing with someone new. In the Austrian Empire, seasoned generals like Wurmser and Alvinci found themselves outmaneuvered time and again. They expected a conventional opponent. Napoleon was anything but. He moved faster, thought deeper, and attacked before the ink was dry on their plans. But the Italian campaign was not only about military success, it was about political transformation. Napoleon didn't just defeat armies, he reshaped governments. As he swept through northern Italy, he dismantled monarchies and established sister republics modeled on revolutionary France. He summoned local leaders, drafted constitutions, and installed administrations loyal to him. In doing so, he showed a remarkable understanding of power, that territory must be governed as well as conquered. Cities like Milan, Bologna, and Verona fell not only to his guns, but to his vision of order, a vision in which he was at the center. He levied tribute, requisitioned art and wealth, and sent much of it back to France. He became not just a general, but a political actor, negotiating treaties, redrawing borders, and making demands with the authority of a head of state. One of the crowning achievements of the campaign came in 1797 at the Treaty of Campo Formio, where Austria, humiliated, ceded Belgium and northern Italy to France. The treaty was negotiated by Napoleon personally, bypassing the French government entirely. It was the clearest sign yet. This young general, once sent to Italy to distract the Austrians, had become the most powerful man in France. But what exactly made his military mind so effective? It was not just courage or charisma, it was a set of principles he carried with him into every campaign. Speed. He believed that time was the most important element in war. A mediocre plan executed quickly was better than a perfect one delayed. Flexibility. He responded to battlefield developments with adaptability, not rigidity. He allowed his commanders to make decisions, encouraged improvisation, and changed direction when opportunity struck. Surprise. He used deception, false movements, and misinformation to keep his enemies guessing. He believed that confusion in the enemy's mind was often more powerful than firepower. Morale. He led from the front, shared in the hardships of his men, and knew the value of inspiration. He made his army believe they were invincible, and sometimes belief alone was enough. Concentration of force. He did not spread his army thin. He would mass his troops at a decisive point, overwhelm the enemy, and then shift focus before they could respond. These principles, while not unique to Napoleon, were refined and executed by him with unmatched consistency. The Italian campaign taught him not only how to win battles, but how to build a myth. He emerged from the war not just as a military leader, but as a national hero. The people of France, weary of disorder and loss, saw in him a figure of strength and certainty. And as he returned to Paris, he was no longer just Napoleon the general. He was Napoleon the possibility, a man who had shown what France could be if led with energy, intelligence, and resolve. And so, in the quiet of night, as your mind drifts toward rest, imagine a young commander standing at the edge of a battlefield, map in hand, the wind snapping at his coat. He doesn't yet wear a crown, but already the world begins to bend toward him. Ask yourself, does greatness begin with power, or with the clarity to see what others cannot? On a cold December morning in 1805, as mist clung to the frost-covered fields of Moravia, Napoleon Bonaparte stood atop a low ridge near the town of Austerlitz. Below him, an alliance of empires, Russia and Austria, stretched across the plain. They outnumbered him. They held the high ground, and they believed they had him cornered. They were wrong. What followed would be remembered not only as Napoleon's greatest military victory, but as one of the most brilliant tactical triumphs in the history of warfare, a battle so perfectly executed that it would be studied by generals for centuries to come. But Austerlitz was not born in a day. The road to that battlefield had begun months earlier when Napoleon crowned himself emperor in 1804 and declared that France, under his rule, would not be bullied by kings. In response, Britain, Austria, Russia, and others formed the Third Coalition, determined to crush the French. Threat once and for all, Napoleon moved swiftly. Cities like Milan, Bologna, and Verona fell not only to his guns, but to his vision of order, a vision in which he was at the center. He levied tribute, requisitioned art and wealth, and sent much of it back to France. He became not just a general, but a political actor, negotiating treaties, redrawing borders, and making demands with the authority of a head of state. One of the crowning achievements of the campaign came in 1797 at the Treaty of Campo Formio, where Austria, humiliated, ceded Belgium and northern Italy to France. The treaty was negotiated by Napoleon personally, bypassing the French government entirely. It was the clearest sign yet. This young general, once sent to Italy to distract the Austrians, had become the most powerful man in France. But what exactly made his military mind so effective? It was not just courage or charisma. It was a set of principles he carried with him into every campaign. Speed. He believed that time was the most important element in war. A mediocre plan executed quickly was better than a perfect one delayed. Flexibility. He responded to battlefield developments with adaptability, not rigidity. He allowed his commanders to make decisions, encouraged improvisation, and changed direction when opportunity struck. Surprise. He used deception, false movements, and misinformation to keep his enemies guessing. He believed that confusion in the enemy's mind was often more powerful than firepower. Morale. He led from the front, shared in the hardships of his men, and knew the value of inspiration. He made his army believe they were invincible, and sometimes belief alone was enough. Concentration of force. He did not spread his army thin. He would mass his troops at a decisive point, overwhelm the enemy, and then shift focus before they could respond. These principles, while not unique to Napoleon, were refined and executed by him with unmatched consistency. The Italian campaign taught him not only how to win battles, but how to build a myth. He emerged from the war not just as a military leader, but as a national hero. The people of France, weary of disorder and loss, saw in him a figure of strength and certainty. And as he returned to Paris, he was no longer just Napoleon the general. He was Napoleon the possibility, a man who had shown what France could be if led with energy, intelligence, and resolve. And so, in the quiet of night, as your mind drifts toward rest, imagine a young commander standing at the edge of a battlefield, map in hand, the wind snapping at his coat. He doesn't yet wear a crown, but already the world begins to bend toward him. Ask yourself, does greatness begin with power, or with the clarity to see what others cannot? On a cold December morning in 1805, as mist clung to the frost-covered fields of Moravia, Napoleon Bonaparte stood atop a low ridge near the town of Austerlitz. Below him, an alliance of empires, Russia and Austria, stretched across the plain. They outnumbered him. They held the high ground. And they believed they had him cornered. They were wrong. What followed would be remembered not only as Napoleon's greatest military victory, but as one of the most brilliant tactical triumphs in the history of warfare, a battle so perfectly executed that it would be studied by generals for centuries to come. But Austerlitz was not born in a day. The road to that battlefield had begun months earlier, when Napoleon crowned himself emperor in 1804 and declared that France, under his rule, would not be bullied by kings. In response, Britain, Austria, Russia, and others formed the Third Coalition, determined to crush the French. Threat once and for all, Napoleon moved swiftly. He returned to Paris not as a general, nor even as a ruler, but as a legend. And as you drift now into sleep, with snow falling gently on imagined fields, and the sun of Austerlitz shining just beyond the mist, consider this. Is genius in the
Victory itself, or in the ability to see it long before the battle begins?
By 1812, the name Napoleon Bonaparte no longer inspired awe alone. It stirred resentment, rebellion, and resistance across Europe. The same emperor who had once been hailed as the bringer of order now found himself seen as the architect of endless war. He had beaten Austria, crushed Prussia, humbled Spain, and stood toe-to-toe with Russia. Yet in his pursuit of domination, Napoleon had created as many enemies as he had victories. And then, in a decision that would haunt him forever, he turned once more toward the east, toward the vast, frigid lands of the Russian Empire. He called it a campaign of necessity. Tsar Alexander the Hun had abandoned Napoleon's continental system, the embargo designed to choke British trade across Europe. Trade between Russia and Britain had resumed. To Napoleon, this was not just a breach of alliance, it was a threat to the very framework of his empire. And so he prepared to strike. In the spring of 1812, Napoleon assembled what would become the Grande Armée, the largest fighting force Europe had ever seen. Over 600,000 men drawn from across his empire, French veterans, Polish nationalists, German auxiliaries, Italian volunteers, Dutch conscripts. They wore many uniforms, spoke many tongues, but all marched under one banner, the Eagle of Napoleon. On June 24, 1812, the invasion began. The Grande Armée crossed the Niemen River into Russian territory. Napoleon believed it would be a swift campaign. His plan was to engage the Russian army quickly, defeat it in a decisive battle, and force the Tsar to negotiate. But from the outset, Russia refused to play by the script. Instead of confronting Napoleon, the Russians retreated. They pulled back, deeper into the heartland, scorching the earth behind them. Towns were emptied, crops were burned, wells were poisoned. Napoleon advanced, but each mile brought less food, fewer supplies, and longer lines of communication. The Grande Armée moved like a serpent with a tail too long to feed. The first major engagement came at Smolensk in August. The French took the city, but it was a hollow victory. The Russians again slipped away. Still Napoleon pressed forward, convinced the real battle must come soon. It did. On September 7, 1812, the French encountered the Russian army at Borodino, a village just 70 miles west of Moscow. It was the bloodiest single day of the Napoleonic Wars. Over 250,000 men fought. The battlefield became a furnace of cannon smoke, sabers, and screams. The Russians, under General Kutuzov, had fortified positions with redoubts and earthworks. Napoleon hesitated to commit his Imperial Guard, the elite reserve that could tip the battle. He held them back. By the end of the day, the French had taken the field, but at terrible cost. More than 30,000 French were dead or wounded. The Russians suffered similar losses. Kutuzov retreated again. The road to Moscow lay open, but it was paved in blood. A week later, Napoleon entered Moscow, but the city was silent. Its population had fled. Fires broke out, deliberate, sweeping blazes set by Russian saboteurs or civilians unwilling to leave their capital to the invader. Within days, 2/3 of Moscow burned. Napoleon waited. He sent messages to Tsar Alexander. He expected negotiations. None came. He waited longer. By October, it was clear the Tsar would not yield. The Russian winter approached. Napoleon had planned for a campaign, not an occupation. His supplies were low. His men were exhausted. The horses were dying. Clothing was insufficient. The decision became unavoidable. On October 19th, after 5 long weeks in a ruined city, Napoleon ordered the retreat. What followed was not a withdrawal, it was a disaster. The Russian winter came early, temperatures plummeted, snow fell, roads froze, wagons
shattered.
Soldiers wrapped themselves in torn uniforms and looted scarves. Hunger became constant. Frostbite blackened fingers. Entire regiments perished in silence, and the Russians harassed them all the way. Cossack raiders attacked stragglers, Russian. Troops cut off supply lines. The French rearguard fought desperately to keep the remnants moving. At the Berezina River, Napoleon's engineers managed to build makeshift bridges under fire, but thousands drowned in the icy water or were trampled in the crush. Of the 600,000 men who had entered Russia, fewer than 100,000 returned. The Grande Armée had not just been defeated, it had been broken. Napoleon rushed ahead of his retreating army, returning to Paris by sleigh. He told the people the campaign had been a success, that the army would soon be rebuilt. But no amount of bulletins could hide the truth. The spell had shattered. The myth of invincibility was gone. In the months that followed, Europe stirred. Austria, Prussia, and Britain joined Russia in the Sixth Coalition. Across the continent, old enemies rose from the ashes of their defeats. France, once feared, was now vulnerable. Napoleon scrambled to raise new armies. He did, and he would fight again, with brilliance and courage. But the momentum had shifted. The tide had turned. The Russian campaign had changed everything. Historians would debate the reasons for the failure. Was it hubris? The belief that he could conquer a land so vast, so cold, so prepared for war? Was it miscalculation? Underestimating the logistics, the supply lines, the Russian strategy of retreat and attrition? Or was it simply the natural turning point of any empire that stretches too far? Perhaps it was all of these, but in the end, it was the same man who had outmaneuvered armies in Italy, who had triumphed at Austerlitz, who had once rewritten Europe's map with a single victory, now walking through the snow, watching everything he built begin to unravel. And so as the wind howls across the open plains of memory, and the snow settles quietly in the corners of thought, let your mind rest on this final image. An emperor, once called invincible, staring across the white silence of retreat, learning, too late, that even the greatest march must one day turn back. In the winter of 1812, as what remained of the Grande Armée limped back across the Niemen River, France stood still. The frostbitten silence of retreat had reached Paris, not in the sound of gunfire or marching boots, but in the hollow space where confidence used to live. The same country that had once sung Napoleon's name in victory now whispered it in doubt. For nearly a decade, Napoleon had held Europe in his hands. He had crowned himself emperor, reshaped governments, and imposed peace by force. But empires, like armies, are not only built on triumph, they are sustained by belief. And after Russia, that belief began to crack. Napoleon arrived in Paris ahead of his broken army. He came not as a conqueror, but as a man hoping to regain momentum. His bulletins minimized the scale of the catastrophe. His proclamations spoke of rebuilding, but beneath the words, reality gnawed at the edges of the empire. France had suffered not just loss of men, but loss of faith. And the world had noticed. Austria, once an unwilling ally, joined the rising coalition. Prussia, humiliated in earlier wars, rose in rebellion. Britain, ever unyielding, tightened its naval grip and funded enemy armies. Russia, reinvigorated, pushed westward. The Sixth Coalition, a formidable alliance of old rivals, now moved in concert. For the first time in years, Napoleon was outmatched not just by one enemy, but by all of them at once. But before he could face them abroad, he had to fight a war at home. France, war-weary and drained of resources, was changing. The population had grown tired of conscription, of endless taxes, of watching sons vanish into distant campaigns. Napoleon, once seen as a guardian of the revolution's promise, now seemed its heir in name only, a monarch in all but title. The government apparatus still functioned. Prefects carried out orders, the police censored dissent. But the mood had shifted. Deputies grew quieter in his presence. Rumors of defection stirred in the salons. Even among the nobility he had created there was unease. Napoleon's greatest weapon, his aura of inevitability, had been wounded. Still he would not yield. He began rebuilding the army with astonishing speed. By early 1813, despite the loss of over 400,000 men in Russia, Napoleon had raised another force of 300,000. He called up younger conscripts, he recalled veterans, he demanded loyalty, and for a while it seemed that the flame might flicker back to life. That spring and summer, in battles like Lutzen and Bautzen, Napoleon once again showed his brilliance. He won victories in Germany, though never as decisively as before. But now his enemies had learned from their defeats. They no longer fought Napoleon where he was strongest. They avoided single engagements. They forced him to stretch his lines, to burn through supplies, to rely on weakened allies. And at home, the discontent deepened. The countryside bristled with resistance to conscription. Farmers hid their sons. Local officials dragged their feet. The economic strain grew unbearable. Trade was strangled. Inflation soared. Food prices rose. Cities, once lit with celebrations for victory, now held quiet funerals and empty tables. In private, Napoleon's own advisers warned him. They urged negotiation, even abdication. He dismissed them. He believed, perhaps truly, that one more victory would restore everything. But that victory never came. In October 1813, at the Battle of Leipzig, also known as the Battle of the Nations, Napoleon faced the full weight of the coalition. Over 600,000 men fought in a brutal multi-day engagement, the largest battle Europe had ever seen at the time. Outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and betrayed by the defection of some of his German allies, Napoleon was forced to retreat. It was the beginning of the end. One by one, the outer provinces of his empire broke away. The Confederation of the Rhine dissolved. The Netherlands rose in revolt. Italy slipped from his grasp. Even loyal Poland, long a French client, now stood exposed. By early 1814, the war had come home. The Allies crossed into France. They moved with caution, wary still of Napoleon's unpredictability, but with growing confidence. Town after town fell. Resistance was patchy. Some civilians still believed. Others simply watched, exhausted. And through it all, Napoleon fought. In what would be called his 6 days campaign, he delivered a series of tactical masterstrokes in February 1814, defeating larger forces in rapid succession. His brilliance was undimmed. But brilliance could no longer match reality. There were too many enemies, too few allies, too little time. On March 31st, 1814, the Allied armies entered Paris. The capital had not seen battle. It had not been defended. The government collapsed. Napoleon, still fighting miles away, rushed to return. But it was too late. His marshals, once bound to him by loyalty and fear, now urged him to step down. On April 6th, after tense discussions and mounting pressure, Napoleon abdicated, not just as Emperor of France, but as ruler of any part of it. The dream was over, and in that moment, France turned cold. There were no revolts in the streets, no mass demonstrations, no storming of palaces, just a sigh, the slow release of a nation that had carried the burden of empire for too long. Napoleon's final request was granted. He would not be executed. He would be exiled to Elba, a small island off the coast of Italy. He would be given a pension, a modest guard, and the title Emperor of Elba, a name both ironic and haunting. As he departed, some wept, some cheered, others merely watched. The man who had once ruled most of Europe, who had been the master of battlefields and architect of modern law, now boarded a ship under guard with only a handful of followers and the weight of his lost ambition. The war at home had been lost, not with a bang, but with exhaustion. The emperor had fallen, and France, tired, battered, uncertain, began to wonder who it had been fighting for all along. Now, as you close your eyes and the march of memory fades into silence, think of this. Does a nation lose its way in a moment, or in the quiet years when belief turns to burden? In the spring of 1814, as Napoleon Bonaparte stepped onto the rocky shores of Elba, the world felt surreal. He had once commanded the greatest empire in Europe, bent kings to his will, and shaped the laws of
nations.
Now he was ruler of a speck of land, an island barely 20 miles across, a forgotten dot between the Italian coast and the vast blue of the Mediterranean. And yet, for a man like Napoleon, even a prison could be a throne. Elba had been chosen carefully by the Allies. It was distant enough to isolate him, but close enough to observe. He was given the title Emperor of Elba, allowed to keep a modest court, and provided with a small income and a personal guard of about 600 men. It was, on paper, a generous exile, but it was also a stage without an audience, a world carved too small for a man who once shaped continents. Napoleon's first days on the island were filled with forced cheer. He greeted the locals, inspected forts, and promised improvements. The people of Elba, mostly farmers and fishermen, had never met an emperor. They looked on with awe and confusion as this short, stocky man in a cocked hat rode through their villages on horseback, directing road repairs, inspecting vineyards, and planning schools. And he meant it. Even in exile, Napoleon worked with relentless energy. He reorganized the administration, he reformed the local economy, he introduced modern agriculture, he built roads, founded an ironworks, and set up a postal system. His tiny army drilled daily. His household followed strict imperial protocol. He rose early, dictated memos, inspected construction, and held court. It was as if the empire still existed, just on a smaller scale. He also wrote, letters flowed from Elba to his family, to old allies, to his former wife Josephine. He studied newspapers, tracked political developments, and paid close attention to France. Though far from Paris, his mind never left it. But as the months wore on, reality crept in. One by one, the outer provinces of his empire broke away, the Confederation of the Rhine dissolved, the Netherlands rose in revolt, Italy slipped from his grasp, even loyal Poland, long a French client, now stood exposed. By early 1814, the war had come home. The Allies crossed into France. They moved with caution, wary still of Napoleon's unpredictability, but with growing confidence. Town after town fell. Resistance was patchy. Some civilians still believed, others simply watched, exhausted. And through it all, Napoleon fought. In what would be called his 6 days campaign, he delivered a series of tactical masterstrokes in February 1814, defeating larger forces in rapid succession. His brilliance was undimmed, but brilliance could no longer match reality. There were too many enemies, too few allies, too little time. On March 31st, 1814, the Allied armies entered Paris. The capital had not seen battle. It had not been defended. The government collapsed. Napoleon, still fighting miles away, rushed to return, but it was too late. His marshals, once bound to him by loyalty and fear, now urged him to step down. On April 6th, after tense discussions and mounting pressure, Napoleon abdicated, not just as Emperor of France, but as ruler of any part of it. The dream was over, and in that moment France turned cold. There were no revolts in the streets, no mass demonstrations, no storming of palaces, just a sigh, the slow release of a nation that had carried the burden of empire for too long. Napoleon's final request was granted. He would not be executed. He would be exiled, and to Elba, a small island off the coast of Italy. He would be given a pension, a modest guard, and the title Emperor of Elba, a name both ironic and haunting. As he departed, some wept, some cheered, others merely watched. The man who had once ruled most of Europe, who had been the master of battlefields and architect of modern law, now boarded a ship under guard, with only a handful of followers and the weight of his lost ambition. The war at home had been lost, not with a bang, but with exhaustion. The emperor had fallen, and France, tired, battered, uncertain, began to wonder who it had been fighting for all along. Now, as you close your eyes and the march of memory fades into silence, think of this. Does a nation lose its way in a moment, or in the quiet years when belief turns to burden? In the spring of 1814, as Napoleon Bonaparte stepped onto the rocky shores of Elba, the world felt surreal. He had once commanded the greatest empire in Europe, bent kings to his will, and shaped the laws of nations. Now he was ruler of a speck of land, an island barely 20 miles across, a forgotten dot between the Italian coast and the vast blue of the Mediterranean. And yet, for a man like Napoleon, even a prison could be a throne. Elba had been chosen, carefully, by the Allies. It was distant enough to isolate him, but close enough to observe. He was given the title Emperor of Elba, allowed to keep a modest court, and provided with a small income and a personal guard of about 600 men. It was, on paper, a generous exile, but it was also a stage without an audience, a world carved too small for a man who once shaped continents. Napoleon's first days on the island were filled with forced cheer. He greeted the locals, inspected forts and promised improvements. The people of Elba, mostly farmers and fishermen, had never met an emperor. They looked on with awe and confusion as this short, stocky man in a cocked hat rode through their villages on horseback, directing road repairs, inspecting vineyards, and planning schools. And he meant it. Even in exile, Napoleon worked with relentless energy. He reorganized the administration. He reformed the local economy. He introduced modern agriculture. He built roads, founded an ironworks, and set up a postal system. His tiny army drilled daily. His household followed strict imperial protocol. He rose early, dictated memos, inspected construction, and held court. It was as if the empire still existed, just on a smaller scale. He also wrote. Letters flowed from Elba to his family, to old allies, to his former wife Josephine. He studied newspapers, tracked political developments, and paid close attention to France. Though far from Paris, his mind never left it. But as the months wore on, reality crept in. The promised pension from France, funded by the new Bourbon monarchy, arrived late, or not at all. His court shrank. Some officers left. His sister Pauline, loyal and extravagant, remained, but others grew restless. Elba's charms faded quickly. For Napoleon, accustomed to the roar of crowds and the weight of empires, the island became a gilded cage. Worse still was the humiliation. The Bourbon monarchy, restored in France under Louis XVIII, had begun undoing Napoleon's reforms. The tricolour flag was replaced by the Bourbon white. Bonapartist veterans were dismissed. Officials loyal to Napoleon were forced out. The Napoleonic Code remained, but it was quietly stripped of credit. Among the people, dissatisfaction brewed. France had changed in 15 years of revolution and empire. The Bourbons, returned from exile, seemed distant and outdated. They spoke of divine right, not merit, of tradition, not glory. To many soldiers, citizens, and officials, Napoleon had not been a tyrant. He had been their stability, their pride, and Napoleon knew it. Rumors reached Elba that his name was still spoken in Paris, that the army still remembered, that Louis XVIII was losing support, that France was not at peace but merely quiet. He began to plot. The British, tasked with watching Elba, grew complacent. His tiny navy, a handful of ships, remained overlooked. Napoleon's guard trained harder. Provisions were stockpiled. Messages were sent through secret channels. Then, in February 1815, under the cover of night, Napoleon made his move. With around 1,000 men packed into a few ships, he set sail for the French coast. He landed near Cannes, not with an army, but with a message. The Emperor has returned. From there, he began what would become known as the 100 Days. But in those final quiet hours on Elba, before he risked everything to return to a nation that had exiled him, one must imagine Napoleon standing at the edge of the sea, the wind stiff in his coat, the stars bright above, not dreaming of conquest but of redemption. He had ruled the world, lost it, and now gambled for one last chance. As you drift now towards sleep, let your thoughts settle like waves against a quiet shore, and ask, can a man who once held the world ever be content ruling an island? On the evening of February 26, 1815, a handful of ships slipped away from the port of Portoferraio on Elba under cover of night. Aboard the largest vessel stood a man, in a grey overcoat and bicorn hat, staring silently toward the horizon. He carried no grand army, no government in exile, no certainty of success. What he had was a name, Napoleon, and a belief that the people of France would remember. And they did. In a gamble that history still marvels at, Napoleon returned to France not as a fugitive, but as a flame rekindled. He landed near Cannes. On March 1, 1815, with roughly 1,000 men, his loyal imperial guard, a few artillery pieces, and a dream. From there, he began to march north, not toward conquest, but toward Paris. The Bourbon government, stunned by the news, declared him an outlaw. Louis XVIII dispatched troops to intercept him, but France and its soldiers remembered. As Napoleon approached each town, he was met not with resistance but curiosity. Crowds gathered, soldiers stared. When a royalist regiment finally confronted him near Laffrey, Napoleon stepped forward alone. He opened his coat and called out, "If there is any man among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." No one fired. Instead, the soldiers cried, "Vive l'Empereur!" and joined his ranks. It was not a march, it was a wave, growing stronger with each step. By the time Napoleon reached Lyon, his force had swelled with volunteers, deserters, and sympathizers. Towns opened their gates. Officers switched allegiance. and the Bourbon king, sensing his throne evaporating, fled to Belgium. On March 20th, just 3 weeks after landing, Napoleon entered Paris. No blood had been spilled. No battle had been fought. It was one of the most astonishing political comebacks in history, and one of the most fleeting. The period that followed became known as the 100 Days, from his return in March to his final defeat in June. Napoleon acted quickly. He knew that Europe's monarchs, stunned by his return, would not allow him to rule in peace. Already the Seventh Coalition was forming. Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and others, once again, united to end what they saw as a dangerous aberration. Napoleon tried diplomacy. He sent letters promising peace. He swore that he only wanted to restore France, not rebuild an empire. No one believed him. War was inevitable, and so he prepared. Despite the short time, Napoleon reorganized the government, raised an army of over 200,000 men, and rekindled loyalty among his marshals. France, though weary, rallied once more. By June, the Allied armies were converging. One under Wellington, British, Dutch, and Belgian troops in Belgium, the other under Blücher, Prussian forces, moving westward. Napoleon's goal was to strike before they could unite. He moved swiftly, splitting his forces to drive a wedge between the Allies. On June 16th, he won at Ligny, defeating the Prussians, but simultaneously his troops engaged Wellington at Quatre Bras, where delays and miscommunication prevented a decisive French victory. 2 days later came the final reckoning, the Battle of Waterloo. It was June 18th, 1815. Napoleon faced Wellington's army near the small Belgian village. The battlefield was soggy from days of rain. Mud slowed his artillery and cavalry. His troops were tired, and yet confidence remained. He had faced longer odds before. The battle began mid-morning. Napoleon launched a series of assaults on the Allied centre and flanks. Fierce fighting erupted at places like La Haye-Sainte and Hougoumont. Waves of French infantry clashed with British lines. Marshal Ney led massive cavalry charges, hoping to break Wellington's square formations, but the British held. And in the late afternoon, as the battle raged, word arrived. The Prussians were coming. Blücher's army, battered at Ligny but still moving, had circled back. They began to arrive on Napoleon's right flank. Pressure mounted, reserves thinned. The French line began to break. In a final, desperate move, Napoleon committed his Imperial Guard, the elite, undefeated corps of his army. They marched forward through smoke and fire, proud and disciplined, and then, for the first time in their history, they faltered. British volleys broke their momentum. The line wavered. The Guard retreated. A cry swept through the French ranks. La Garde, recule! The Guard is retreating. Panic erupted. The French army collapsed. What had been a fierce, determined battle became a rout. Napoleon's dream disintegrated in
mud and blood. He fled the field. 2 days later, he returned to Paris. But this time, there were no crowds, no cheers, only silence. The Chamber of Deputies, fearing the wrath of the coalition, turned against him.
He was urged, and then forced, to abdicate again. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon relinquished power in favor of his son, a gesture that would mean little in the days to come. There was no escape to Elba this time. The British, determined not to repeat the past, refused to let him flee. His attempt to sail to America was blocked. Surrounded, abandoned, and with no more cards to play, Napoleon surrendered to Captain Frederick Maitland of the Royal Navy aboard the HMS Bellerophon. He hoped for asylum, He received exile to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, a prison far from Europe, a place where no legend could rise again. The 100 days had come and gone. It was a flicker of glory, a final spark from a dying fire, and though short, it reshaped everything. It led to the Congress of Vienna's final decisions. It cemented monarchic rule in France. It sealed Napoleon's fate not as a conqueror returned, but as a figure both revered and feared, a man too dangerous to be free. And so, as the rain falls once more on the fields of memory, and the smoke of cannon fire fades into twilight, ask yourself, is it better to rise again and fall once more, or to remain a fallen hero, never tested twice? The sea stretched endlessly in all directions. Blue-grey and cold, it swayed beneath the sky like an ancient memory refusing to sleep. In the heart of this oceanic nowhere, a jagged rock jutted from the waves. Wind swept, remote and final. Its name was St. Helena, and it was here, more than 1,000 miles from the nearest continent, that Napoleon Bonaparte would spend the rest of his life. In October 1815, the British ship Northumberland approached the volcanic island with its former emperor aboard. Gone were the imperial carriages, the cheering crowds, the gold-fringed banners. Gone was the aura of invincibility. What stepped ashore was a man stripped of title, of empire, and of command. The British would not call him emperor, only General Bonaparte, a name chosen carefully to strip away his former glory. St. Helena was not Elba. There would be no court, no coastal villages to inspect, no chance of escape. It was a prison chosen for its impossibility. Remote, wind-lashed and surrounded by hostile seas, it was a fortress in nature's hands. Napoleon was allowed a small entourage, a few loyal officers, a doctor, a valet, a cook. His mother and son were denied permission to join him. His wife, Marie-Louise, would never write to him again. Only his sister Pauline offered comfort through letters. His world had narrowed to a few stone buildings, a few faces, and the sound of waves crashing against black cliffs. The British governor of the island, Sir Hudson Lowe, arrived soon after. He and Napoleon would despise each other from the first meeting. Lowe saw it as his duty to prevent escape. Napoleon saw him as a petty jailer. Their relationship became a series of insults, restrictions, and grievances. Napoleon refused to see him. Lowe imposed stricter rules. A battle of wills unfolded, but only one man held the keys. Napoleon was assigned to Longwood House, a damp, poorly built estate inland, perched on a plateau, swept constantly by wind and fog. The air was cold, the rooms mildew-stained, the roof leaked. A far cry from the Tuileries Palace, where Napoleon had once ruled Europe's destiny. Yet even here, stripped of power and surrounded by British guards, he kept a routine. He woke late, dressed meticulously, and took long walks through the barren garden. He dictated his memoirs, spoke at length about battles and politics, and received his small court with the same precision as he had in Paris. His officers addressed him as Sire. He signed letters as Napoleon. Though dethroned, he refused to be diminished. Books became his battleground now. He reread Caesar, Tacitus, and Plutarch. He wrote critiques of past campaigns, analyzed military theory, and commented on the politics of Europe. His mind remained sharp, his memory flawless. He could recite entire passages of law and history. In private, he described himself as a philosopher. In exile, and yet, the silence crept in. St. Helena was no stage. There were no statesmen to outwit, no coalitions to defy, no armies to inspire. The long days blurred together, one mist-soaked morning after another. His body, once forged in battle, began to weaken. He suffered from ulcers, stomach pain, headaches. His walks grew shorter. He napped more frequently. His conversations turned
nostalgic. He spoke of Italy, where he had learned the art of war, of Egypt with its vast skies and strange silence, of Austerlitz where the sun had broken through the fog, of Moscow and how close he had come. He remembered names of soldiers
who had fallen, of generals who had betrayed him, of enemies who had once trembled at the sound of his drums. But no matter how far his memory wandered, the sea remained. The British kept him isolated. No letters reached him unfiltered. No visitors arrived without permission. His guards watched day and night. Every letter he wrote, every step he took, monitored, recorded, delayed. Even so, rumors escaped the island. Stories of his health, of possible rescue attempts, of secret admirers in Europe who still whispered his name in salons. But none were real. He was not a man awaiting return. He was a man being erased, day by day. By 1818, his health had sharply declined. He grew thinner, more irritable. He suspected, perhaps rightly, that he was being slowly poisoned, though no evidence would ever prove it. His doctors disagreed on treatments. The humid air, poor food, and constant stress only deepened his suffering. His entourage began to change. Some died, others left. His world grew smaller. By 1820, he could no longer ride. He walked less. He spoke in whispers. His writing ceased. And in the final months, bedridden and fading, he dictated his will. In it, he named his son Napoleon II as his heir. He left gifts for his officers, instructions for his burial, and pages of reflection. He spoke of France, not as it was, but as he had hoped to leave it, a nation of merit, strength, and unity. On May 5, 1821, after days of fever and pain, Napoleon Bonaparte died. His last words, spoken through shallow breath, were said to be, "France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine." He was 51 years old, the man who had once held kings captive, who had rewritten the map of Europe, who had crowned himself emperor under the dome of Notre Dame, died alone, thousands of miles from his homeland, with no audience to witness the final curtain. The British buried him on St. Helena, in a quiet valley shaded by willow trees. The grave bore no name, only a simple inscription: "Here lies." For 20 years he remained there, but in 1840 his remains were returned to France with great ceremony. His coffin was brought up the Seine, received by crowds in mourning, and buried with honor in the Dôme des Invalides in Paris, beneath a golden dome in a sarcophagus of red quartzite, surrounded by the emblems of empire. The silence of Saint-Hyacinthe. Helena had ended. Napoleon had returned, not as ruler, but as legend. And now, as the night settles and your breath slows to match the calm of distant waves, consider this. Can a man ever truly be exiled if the world continues to whisper
his name?
Final reflection, legacy and the shadow of Napoleon. More than 200 years have passed since Napoleon Bonaparte last walked the earth, yet his shadow still stretches across the continents he once shaped. His name, once whispered in awe or fear, has become myth, a figure of power, ambition, brilliance, and controversy. He was emperor and exile, lawgiver and warlord, revolutionary and autocrat. His life defies easy judgment. and perhaps that is what makes him eternal. To some, Napoleon is the embodiment of genius. He rose from obscurity, a Corsican outsider, to the highest rank in France and then beyond. He seized opportunity during the French Revolution, turned defeat into triumph in Italy, and built a military machine that made monarchs tremble. His reforms brought order to a chaotic country. His laws outlived his reign. His code gave structure to modern civil law. His meritocratic ideals opened the doors of advancement to men once held back by birth. He reimagined warfare. He reshaped Europe. He inspired generations. To others, he is a cautionary tale. He was a man who began by swearing to protect the Republic, only to crown himself emperor. He left battlefields soaked in blood at Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram, Borodino, and
Waterloo.
he conscripted hundreds of thousands into wars that spanned nearly 2 decades. His invasions destabilized nations. His ego outgrew his victories. His quest for power ignored the suffering it caused. He silenced dissent, censored the press, and ruled through fear as much as admiration. Which version is true? Both, and neither. Napoleon's greatest legacy may not be in what he did, but in the questions he leaves behind. He stood at the crossroads between the old world and the new. He abolished feudalism and crowned himself in a cathedral. He championed equality, yet ruled alone. He modernized nations even as he conquered them. He gave Europe both law and war, unity and division. His life is a contradiction, and that contradiction became the mirror through which modern Europe came to see itself. After his final fall in 1815, the Congress of Vienna sought to erase his influence. Monarchs were restored, borders were redrawn. The world tried to forget, but they could not, because even in defeat, Napoleon had changed the course of history. The idea that talent could rise above birth, that the law could be clear, secular, and uniform, that a nation could be governed efficiently, not just traditionally. These were not merely Napoleonic. They became the foundation of modern governance. And his military campaigns redrew the map of Europe, not just in lines but in minds. Italy, Germany, and Poland, fragmented and dominated by foreign powers, found in Napoleon the spark of nationalism. They would later rise in part because he had shown what unity could look like. Even where he failed, he awakened ideas that outlived him. His enemies never forgot him. Neither did his people. In the years after his death, Bonapartism became a political force. His nephew, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, would rise to become Napoleon III, Emperor of the French. Streets, cities, statues, and children bore his name. His tomb in Paris became a place of reverence, not just for what he achieved, but for what he represented. And that representation continues. He has been studied by generals and historians, revered by leaders from Lincoln to Churchill. Artists and filmmakers have told and retold his story. Schools teach his campaigns. Lawyers study his code. Politicians quote him. Armies remember his maneuvers. In France, he is both hero and ghost. He is the man who saved the revolution and the man who ended it. The soldier who defended his homeland and the invader who marched into others. He is a legend painted in shades of grey. He was not the first to rise so high, but perhaps he was the first to fall so far and still rise again in memory. And maybe that is the final lesson. Greatness is not always virtue. Power is not always wisdom. But impact, the kind that echoes through time, is forged in complexity. Napoleon's story is not a bedtime tale of right and wrong. It is a meditation on ambition, leadership, vision, and consequence. He asked, "What can one man do?" And then he answered, "For better or worse." As the night closes gently around your thoughts and the fires of history fade into glowing embers, let this final reflection linger softly in your mind. Empires crumble, battles fade, statues fall, but stories, especially those written in both glory and failure, remain. Napoleon Bonaparte did not just shape history, he became it. Sleep well now, and let your dreams wander gently through time.